5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good evening. We'd like to call to order the May 28th board meeting. This meeting is being held virtually, and we will begin with a call to order, followed by, we'll now have roll call.
Mrs. Davidson.
Here,
Mrs. Hill.
Here.
Mrs. Cattouli.
Here.
Mr. Forehand.
Here.
Mr. Fayette.
Here.
our next item of business is adoption of the agenda. I'd like to hear a motion for adoption.
So move.
I'll second.
Okay, this is a roll call vote. So, Mrs. D'Angelo,
Mrs. Davidson.
yes.
Mrs. Hill.
Aye.
Ms. Cattouli.
Aye.
Mr. Forehand.
Aye.
Mr. Fayette.
Aye.
The motion carries 5-0. We now move on to public comments over closed session items. The board welcomes input from the public. This is the opportunity for the community members to address the board on closed session items only. Public comments on all other agenda items or items not listed on the agenda will occur during the open session at 6:30. Since there are no public comments for this session, we will now close this meeting and move on to closed session.
Everybody has video support. You.
Welcome. We're reconvening our board meeting that began at 5 p.m. and we went into closed session. Labor negotiations were discussed. No decisions were made. So we are now opening this meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance, and would Dr. Pulver please lead us?
I would be happy to. Please stand and put your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We'll all try to unmute ourselves back so the board president can run the meeting.
Thank you, Dr. Pulver. We now move to our action items, and the first one is an adoption of Resolution 2020-2021-32 in recognition of our student school board member, Nico Villanueva. And I would like Vice President Diana Hill to please read that resolution.
Thank you. It is my honor. So whereas Nico has served as the Los Alamitos student representative to the Board of Education for 2020 and 2021 school year and is a valued member of the Los Alamitos High School Associated Student Body. Whereas Nico has been attending Los Alamitos School since kindergarten and continued through 12th grade, first at Rossmore Elementary School, then at Oak Middle School, and finally at Los Alamitos High School. Nico, is an outstanding student, which is evident by when you speak to him and his teachers, present and past. Nico has been involved in multiple school activities, including his role in student government as class president and student representative to the Board of Education. He is a 4-year student leader veteran advocating for the inclusion of all students to experience being a Los Al Loco. Nico has been involved with many activities outside of school. Nico is a decorated athlete for both swim and water polo. He is a member of the National League of Young Men, active in clubs and community service, including National Honor Society, Spanish Honor Society, and Growing Up STEM. Nico has received leadership recognition for his 4-year participation in the Los Alamitos Associated Student Body. Nico will be attending the University of Washington in the fall, majoring in biochemistry. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Board of Education that Nico be recognized and publicly commended for his outstanding representation and service to the Los Alamitos Unified School District. Nico, we are so proud of you. Thank you so very much for serving with us.
Thank you, Mrs. Hill. Do I hear a motion for approval?
So move.
Is there any other discussion?
You need a second. I'll second it.
Oh, sorry. Any discussion?
Just a reminder, we will be later on the agenda recognizing him more formally. So we want to pass the resolution before that occurs.
Okay,
Everyone will be able to speak about at that time.
so this is a roll call. Mrs. D'Angelo?
Mrs. Davidson,
Aye.
Mrs. Hill,
Aye.
Ms. Cattouli,
Aye.
Mr. Forehand,
Aye.
Mr. Fayette.
Aye.
The motion carries 5-0. And now we're moving on to B, which is the approval of appointment of Student Representative William Brandenberger to the Board of Education for 2021-2022. Do I have a motion for approval?
I so
I
move.
so move.
Oh,
I'll
I second.
It's hard with all this muting, unmuting. Is there any discussion? Okay, Mrs. D'Angelo?
Mrs. Davidson,
Aye.
Mrs. Hill,
Aye.
Ms. Cattouli,
Aye.
Mr. Forehand,
Aye.
Mr. Fayed.
Aye.
The motion carries 5-0. Now we move on to reports and recognitions, and we're going to begin with my president's report.
One quick question, Mrs. Davidson. We
Oh,
will
yes.
be presenting William later, correct?
Yes,
Great.
yes,
Thank you.
sorry. Okay. And you're going to change this one, right? Okay. So my board report tonight is brief, but it's celebratory. So much has been surrendered this year in terms of activities, and the seniors have been so wonderful about making the best out of everything. But we are extremely excited to announce and to give the dates for for the promotions and graduations that will take place live for Los Alamitos as we close out this year. So our 5th grade promotions begin on Monday, June 7th with Lee Elementary. It'll all take place at Laurel Field at the district office. So Lee Elementary will be at 11:30 a.m. Rossmore Elementary will be at 2:30 p.m. and Los Alamitos Elementary will be in the evening at 5:30 p.m. On Tuesday, June 8th, we continue on with our 5th grade promotions at Laurel Field. Weaver will be at 11:30 a.m. McGaw will be at 2:30 p.m. Hopkinson will be at 5:30 p.m. Am I supposed to, how do I change it? Oh, sorry. Our middle school promotions will be at Santa Ana Bowl. I have to say Santa Ana Bowl has been around for a while because my high school baccalaureate was there. So it's 602 North Flower Street in Santa Ana. It's a very nice facility. That will take place on Thursday, June 10th. McCullough will celebrate their promotion at 3:30 p.m. and Oak will celebrate its promotion at 7 p.m. Parents and family will be there. Our Los Alamitos High School has a number of celebrations to honor our seniors. The first being the baccalaureate tomorrow night, June 2nd at 6:30 in the Los Alamitos High School Stadium, John Barnes Field. Our senior car parade, which was the first was last year in the midst of COVID, is an incredible celebration as the students drive through Rossmore being cheered on by families and students everywhere. So that will be on June 9th and begin at 12:30 p.m. at the shops at Rossmore. So it is a wonderful event. And even though it happened as a result of COVID, it's probably going to become a tradition because it is so special. Los Alamitos High School graduation will be live once again at the Santa Ana Bowl in Santa Ana. That will be June 11th at 6:30 p.m. We're so excited to be able to open up all of these promotions and graduations so that parents can be there, so family can be there, and we can once again take one more step towards normalcy. So yay and thank you. On Friday, June 11th, at the district office in the ATP classroom, we will also be celebrating the Adult Transition Program graduation, and that'll take place at 11 a.m. Thank you, and be ready to celebrate and start our new year minus COVID. So moving on, we now have the student board member report. Nico, we're so looking forward to your report this evening.
All right, thank you. Hello and good evening, President Davidson, esteemed board members, Dr. Pulver, Executive Cabinet, and community members watching live. I hope you all enjoyed your Memorial Day. I'm happy to be here with all of you for one last time, and without further ado, here's my last student board report. First up is the end of the year choir show. It was held this past weekend outdoors behind the PAC, and it was the first in-person choir event in over 450 days. As you can imagine, some of the shows were sold out because everyone wanted to go so badly. Since it was the last performance of the year, the seniors in the choir program were highlighted throughout the show. After this year, the soundtracks and effects groups of the choir are still reigning national champions. And it's really nice to end the year with more events like this choir show because it really does exemplify how things are getting back to normal, which I'm sure we're all excited about. Next slide, please. Next up are sports season wrap-ups. As the last of the spring sports finish up their seasons, we have some league champions to recognize. Our swim team won the title of Surf League champions again this year. And similarly, our girls varsity soccer team won league and even made it to the second round of CIF. And we can't wait to see how all these teams and more do next year. Next slide, please. Now, since this is my last board report, that means it's high time we introduce our next student board representative. For those of you who haven't met him yet, Will Brandenberger will be filling this role next year, and I have no doubt he will do a great job. This year, Will was junior co-president on ASB, and he planned an awesome prom for all students to enjoy that will be happening this Saturday. Another couple fun facts about Will is that he is a certified scuba diver. He works at Jersey Mike's, and every Halloween, he transforms his house into an extravagant haunted house maze. Will has lived in Rossmore for the past 17 years and has two older sisters, Claire and Ella, who have gone through the LaSalle school system as well. Will has had LaSalle pride since birth and is one of the most spirited kids I know, and I can't think of a single person better suited for this job. So I'm very much looking forward to see what great things he does with this position next year. And although he won't need it, I wish him the best of luck. Next slide, please. And finally, instead of recognizing another student tonight, I wanted to take the time to celebrate all of this year's student spotlights one last time. These 17 kids on the screen right now have made such a profound and beneficial contribution to their school, community, or those around them, on top of all that was thrown their way this year. These 17 kids are inspirations to all who will follow in their footsteps and create lasting impacts of their own. As I was doing these spotlights, I found myself taken aback by how impressive these kids are, and I found myself being inspired by their actions. And I'll be honest, some weeks when there was a board report and I didn't have a student spotlight lined up, I would panic. But within one or two texts or a phone call, somebody always knew of someone who had started a business or had a special talent or something just so cool it made you stop and say, wow. Looking back, I should have never been worried about finding a student spotlight because there's so much talent, leadership, so many go-getters and doers, and students who are motivated to do something incredible. It really speaks volumes about our student body at LaSalle. There are only so many board reports in a year, so even though I won't be able to spotlight any more students, it makes me happy to know that these 17 kids you see here on the screen are just the tip of the iceberg, and there are so many more students out there who are doing amazing things and will one day be recognized for all their hard work. I'm also excited to say that just as these students have left their legacy here at LaSalle, this bi-weekly tradition of spotlighting students will continue on next year with Will, and hopefully with all the student board representatives to come. So with that being said, and before I move into my closing words, I want to congratulate this year's student spotlights one last time for all their hard work, and hats off to them. Next, oh, there's no more slides, sorry. But I promise I won't take up too much more time. I just want to get all my thank yous real quick. First and foremost, I want to thank my parents for helping me this entire year with these reports, for helping me brainstorm stuff to talk about or calming my nerves before a meeting, or listening to me go through my speeches countless times. I want to also thank my ASB advisors, Mrs. Siaka and Mr. Fenton, for helping me with these reports as well, because it really does take a village. Of course, I also want to thank Dr. Spratos, who helped me monumentally this year. And let me just say that these reports would not have been nearly as good without all her support. And next, I want to thank all of you, the board, Dr. Pulver, and the executive cabinet for everything you have done this year. I seriously cannot thank you all enough for all of your efforts to give us students as normal school year as possible. I'm so grateful for the opportunity to have been able to actually go in person and socialize and be with my friends and have some kind of normalcy during that craziness of a year. And I owe it all to your hard work, dedication to us students and our safety, and a genuine love for LaSalle. I seriously cannot thank you all enough. And finally, I knew when I was writing this speech that I wanted to include some kind of quote in here because I don't know about any of you, but I'm a sucker for a good quote. But I didn't go to the famous Dr. Seuss quote or one from Gandhi or some other famous person. No. As I look back at this year and my entire high school experience, only one quote really encapsulates all those feelings. And it comes from one of my favorite songs of all time. You've probably heard it. It's Take It Easy by the Eagles. Now, if you haven't heard it, you need to go and listen to it as soon as possible because it's one of the greatest songs of all time. But there's a line in it and it goes, "We may lose and we may win, but we will never be here again." This year wasn't perfect. I think we can all agree on that. And we did have some losses. But despite all that, we had a lot of wins. I mean, how many kids can say that we were able to be reunited with all our friends at school after being apart for so long? Or how many kids this year can say that they were actually able to have their senior prom or a sports season or an in-person graduation? And that last part of the quote, "We will never be here again." My biggest takeaway from this whole year and all of high school is to never take anything for granted, because we never know when 2 weeks away from school will turn into 6 months, or when spending time with friends at school becomes a privilege. This year was not perfect, but I'm so grateful for everything that I still got to do, and honestly, I wouldn't trade it for anything. I want to thank you all again for this opportunity. It has been such an honor to be LoSal's student representative to the Board of Education. And it looks like that's all I have for this week's Student Board Report. Signing off for the last time. I thank you all for listening and have a great night.
Thank you, Nico. Every report out does the one before it, and your closing was just so heartfelt and beautifully stated. And using the Eagles was a real plus. So thanks. I'm right there with you. We will be talking about you in a little bit, so hang in there, please. We're going to now move on to the superintendent's report. Dr. Pulver.
Thank you, Madam President, esteemed members of the board. Nico, it's always a hard act to follow you. I actually truly believe that we will be quoting you one of these days soon after. You really are just the epitome of an exceptional student board rep, and we'll look forward to recognizing you a little bit later. It's always a privilege to follow Nico. It really is why we do what we do, as you see, such eloquent words from one of our senior students, and I would say that probably many of our students would be equally as eloquent. But really, hats off to your family as well, because all of us are really a part of a larger family, and we know the sacrifices your family has made to help you be this involved and connect us to all students. So I want to thank you for that. So tonight I wanted to update during our superintendent's report in a few different areas. And just, I think we cannot communicate enough after a year like this, what next year will look like. And so while we have shared with parents and our staff back in April, as well as I've shared at a previous board meeting during my superintendent's report about our plans for next year, I'm going to do it again in a little bit more detail. So next slide, please. So I'm pleased to once again remind all of our families and our staff and our community that Los Alamitos, we have already been back in person. In fact, if you recall, we've been back since September at all of our school sites, but we'll be back full day, 5 days a week, traditional in-person instructional model at all of our school sites, elementary, middle, and our high school for next year. The great thing that we keep hearing is come June 15th, that the current mandates or guidelines that are in place by the California Department of Public Health is going to go away, and new, what they call beyond the blueprint guidance for various sectors is going to be issued. In all of our meetings the past several weeks with the Orange County Healthcare Agency, we have been told that we fully expect come June 15th that the social distancing requirement is going to go away. They have shared with us that the state will be issuing basically 3 types of guidance. One type of guidance for most businesses and trying to keep it consistent across business sectors, guidance for schools and childcare, and then guidance for really what is considered mega events. Already some of the guidance for beyond the blueprint that'll take effect sometime after on June 15th has been released for the public sector or for businesses. And even the social distancing requirement and the face mask requirement has been removed beyond the June 15th. We've been told that we should expect the guidance on or around June 5th that will take effect on June 15th. So they'll give us a couple of weeks to be able to understand it. We know the face mask seems to be going away for the general public, and we'll wait and see how they choose to tackle the face mask issue for schools coming soon. So that is obviously an excitement, as we had earlier planned that we may have to buy new furniture if the requirement was back down to 3 feet as it is currently. But all indications seem to point out that there'll be zero close contact requirements in terms of physical distancing aspect. So we're excited about that. We, as I've previously shared, is again that next year we'll have recess and lunch during the school day. At most of our sites, we've had recess and they've been playing on the playgrounds, but it'll be a formalized recess, not just a brain break per se. We will have lunch and be serving lunch at our school sites. Transportation will be an available option for all of our families like it has in years past, where it has not been available really for the most part for our families. We will continue to adhere to the guidance that is outlined by the California Department of Public Health. As I shared, we expect to be able to hear that soon. That'll take place beginning June 15th. Weaver Elementary, which is our elementary school that's on a modified year-round calendar, they'll start full swing back up August 4th. We'll be roaring then. And then all of our other schools start for in-person on August 16th. I know the one question for some of our families who are in Los Al at home have asked, will there be a virtual option for next year? All indications by Governor Newsom at this point seems to indicate that there will not be a virtual option. He's made it clear that the legislature and his May revise that they extended the education code to allow for a virtual option this year, that likely will not be extended next. There may be some options through homeschooling that we may be looking into. So we're going to continue to explore that. But at this point, the governor has stated that they fully expect all people to be back in a traditional school calendar. One of the other things I'm really pleased to be able to share is as we really take a look at next year, in addition to various ways that we can provide additional academic, social, emotional supports for our students as we come back full time 5 days a week, is that one of the things we've heard from our high school parents probably the most for the past several years is the need for some of our parents. They feel the need to be able to hire tutors to provide additional support, one-on-one tutoring for students. And tonight, a little bit later in our board agenda, we do have an agreement with a company called Paper. So I'm pleased to share that should the board approve that contract tonight, that we will be able to provide a platform that provides free tutoring for every high school student. And some of this tutoring, I'm going to not go in depth because Mrs. Reed will talk about it when the item comes up. But it really is providing tutoring support one-on-one, almost 24/7 available to students in just about every subject matter that we teach at Los Alamitos High School. And so there's a myriad of ways that we're going to continue to support our students. Next slide. And as we previously shared as well, at a board workshop, we are looking to enhance the mental health and wellness supports for all of our students at all of our school sites next year, and quite honestly, even for staff. And so by the intense support of our board and lots of feedback from our parents and our staff and our various LCAP surveys and surveys along the year, we will be almost doubling our mental health counselors for next school year. So as we've previously shared at a workshop, I just want to reiterate this commitment, really recognizing the whole child and the wellness in addition to the academic. But we also know that one of the best ways to provide intervention support to students is to ensure that they are socially and emotionally well. And so next year, we will be looking to have 2 full-time, what we might call wellness counselors at our elementary schools that'll be able to support both proactive and reactive strategies, proactively by helping maybe push into the classrooms and teaching some social emotional curriculum, as well as providing group and individual supports for students as needed, providing parent education nights and support for staff and training as well. At our middle school, we'll add another counselor in addition to the 2 that are already there that will service our middle schools. And I want to thank our partners of LAIF who have also contributed $25,000 to make that a realization at our middle school. So now that'll be 3 middle school counselors, but 1 really who's going to be focusing in and supporting our well spaces at the sites, in addition to the other counselor supports that'll be there. And at Los Alamitos High School, we will be adding, we'll be having a full-time mental health licensed, clinical licensed social worker who will provide support to our students in general education and mental health supports, in addition to our 9 school counselors and our 9 school psychologists across the district, as well as about 0.4 FTE, so 2 days for those students that are under their IEP, individualized education plan requires mental health services. And then an additional 0.6 mental health counselor providing the the counseling supports that are outlined within students' IEPs at the TK through 8th grade level. So I want to thank our board and our commitment to our ongoing health and wellness as we look forward for next year. We really will be about providing rigorous instruction, as well as providing social emotional supports for our students as we embark on the new school year for next year. Next slide. So I wanted to just share a little bit of just some key dates as we prepare for the 21-22 school year, particularly at our middle and our high school, because some of these dates are over the summer. And of course, our middle school family or sites and our principals will be communicating to our families along with our high school, but I thought it's never too early to communicate. So next slide. So I wanted to just kind of illustrate about the registration dates coming up over the summer. 6th grade, we call it WEB, welcome everybody, which is kind of like a 6th grade orientation and opportunity for students and 6th graders to get acclimated onto a middle school campus before even the school day starts, before the school year starts. At Oak Middle School, the 6th grade registration and WEB day will be held August 10th, begins at 9:15 a.m. And for McAuliffe Middle School, for our 6th grade WEB day and registration, it'll be the next day, August 11th at 9 a.m. And then opportunities for at Los Alamitos High School, we have registration dates and times, and we break it out by the school year. This will also be a great time, as you know, we have a new principal next year, Ms. Christiana Kraus. And it's a wonderful time that we will use this opportunity during the registration dates for high school parents to be able to meet the new principal, Christiana Kraus. So for seniors, the registration date, it will be Thursday, August 5th. The times are 8 a.m. to 12 in all of these scenarios, except the one in red there that I'll talk about in a little bit. For our juniors, it's going to be Friday, August 6th. Our sophomores, Monday, August 9th. Our freshmen will be Tuesday, August 10th. And then if for some reason you weren't able to attend by your date assigned based upon the year you are at the high school, we'll have a makeup session for Thursday, August 12th. And that will be from noon, 12 p.m. to 3 p.m. And again, an opportunity to be able to meet our principal as well. And lastly, next slide, I just really have been reflecting on, this has been an incredible year, certainly with a turbulent start with COVID and how school would start, but even the past few months as we've been taking a look at whether the ethnic studies course or the social justice standards, and just the rigorous debate that has occurred. And so I just have a bit of a reflection that I wanted to kind of share with everyone. So next slide, please. One of the things that I've always said during my superintendent's meetings, and I really believe that the fabric of our democracy is about our ability to speak our minds, about our ability to have our freedom of speech, to be able to share our perspectives. And what I want to just remind everyone in my reflection is that it's okay to disagree, but it's really incumbent upon us that we will remain respectful. And unfortunately, there have been times and I hate using the word sides because I don't think there's multiple sides, but across the continuum of where people are with differing of opinions, there have been times where individuals across the continuum, it's not relegated to one side or what. Some of the words used have been hateful, have been hurtful, have been threatening, but I don't believe by most within our community. But unfortunately, this has come out to be at times taken through social media, and sometimes people will say things differently than they would on a social media post than they would in person. But I think we can never lose the sight of that we are always the role models for our youth, and that we have to really model what the very fabric of our Constitution and that we are as a nation. And that is that we should engage in civil discourse, but we should do so peacefully and respectfully. And we really should honor differing perspectives from different individuals. You know, I grew up in a very large family, one of 15. People used to always ask, are you Catholic? Yes, we are. Still practicing. Some people get that right sometimes. But the rule I was always taught by my parents, and certainly in life, is that we should always be treating others as we want to be treated. And I think that that's really critical. And as I met with so many different parents or community members throughout the past few months, and it didn't matter where they were on this continuum of beliefs on these issues, many shared they felt that they were being harassed or intimidated or using labels of whatever different labels that are out there, whether they're hate or bigotry labels or whether we use the words of extremists. And I really hope that we can get beyond that, because that's not what we're about. And so while I do really respect and honor our freedom of speech, one thing, if I have to take a stand and that I really draw the line, it's when our matters of difference are turned into forms of bias or hate. That just can't be anything that I believe can stand for. And what I've been reminded in so many of our community, even though they've had different opinions, I know many have shared they don't want to have people hate one another. And yet we've seen some of this dialogue carry out. And so I really want to make it clear that that's not something that, as a superintendent, that I support. I really denounce any form of bias or hate towards any group. Like I said, along the continuum, there's a myriad there. And as I started saying earlier, that as a district, every day we are in service to all of our students and all of our families and all of their diverse opinions and perspectives. But our young people are watching us. They are observing us, and they're taking lessons from all of us in how we engage in this process. And I hope, and my reflection is, I really believe that we should be teaching them how to engage in civil discourse, robust debate, and sharing perspectives without any hate-filled rhetoric or fear of personal safety. And so that is something that I hope that we can continue to really center around. And I want to just reaffirm that our attention remains centered on exemplary student learning and achievement, on social and emotional wellness, and maintaining our campuses where all students are fully included and accepted within their school communities. So our site, our mission has not changed. We really are centered on all of these areas for our students and providing an exemplary education for our students, where our students can thrive and learn in a diverse society. And just wanted to take some time to just once again reflect and remind us all that it is okay to have difference of opinions, but we must treat each other respectfully and not allow any types of intimidation or fear on any side of the spectrum within this dialogue. And with that, I'm going to conclude my superintendent's report.
Thank you, Dr. Pulver. That was an incredibly important message, and I really appreciate it. We are now going to move on to recognition of Nico Villanueva as our student board representative for 2020-2021. And Dr. Pulver, would you like to start that presentation?
I would love to begin, but I know just about every board member probably also wants to echo my sentiments, Nicholas. Nico, you have been an exceptional student board rep. And when I think of the previous board reps that have come to be, I'm sure that you've gleaned lessons from them. And I know that Will has already gleaned lessons from you. One of the things I think about in this year, particularly as COVID could have made it very easy for us to lose connections, where we had to close our school to outside visitors. And so parents and the community in general, where they normally have had opportunities to step foot on a campus, whether it be for after school or different activities, they just didn't have that opportunity. And in so many ways, your presentations, meeting after meeting, found ways to open our doors, to open the community to see what why we wake up every morning, which is really to do the work on behalf of our students. And by sharing the highlights of student activities and then the individual spotlights on students, it just really warmed my heart and inspired me. And I'm sure for many who, in a year like this, where they couldn't connect in the same way on our campus, you found ways to get us connected back into what we're about, which is our students and highlighting our students' success. What I love about our students report is, and you said it earlier, there's winners, not winners, there were wins and losses all year, of course. And no year is without its trials and tribulations and its success and peaks as well. But you always found a way to highlight the positive. In a time where I think we needed something to be able to just glean on inspiration, glean on positivity. You did such an amazing job at that. And you opened our eyes. And I know I don't want to steal from others, but just the student showcases, you've opened up those students from our high school to almost all of our elementary schools, as I know Mr. Foreham will probably share about some of his ways that your showcase of students has really allowed us to kind of highlight the success of our students. So Nico, we could not be more proud of the job that you have done. I wish we were here in person to congratulate you and let you know what a difference you have made. When sometimes we talk about being a difference maker, when I first signed up as superintendent, that was a little bit of my initial message out to our families and to our staff was be the difference. And any of us can be a difference maker. And I think, Nico, you have been a difference. You have been a difference maker. You've highlighted for us many students who are difference makers as well. And with that, I just want to thank you and congratulate you. I know you're going to be a proud, I think, Washington Husky. Is that correct? And so we're really excited to hear about the next chapter because we do know our students, we're all about preparing them for their next place beyond Los Alamitos High School. And we know great things are in store for you. We hope you had an opportunity. We do have a present and a board certificate and some cards from a few of us that if hopefully was able to get taken home today since we couldn't give it to you in person. But with that, I'm going to turn it back over to our board president to see if any of the board members would like to comment and speak on the great recognition for Nico.
Mr. Forehand?
Yes, Nico. As a new board member, I thought about ways to get to know our wonderful schools. And of course, visitations is one way, reading parent newsletters every week. But in the top 3 was your student spotlight report every board meeting, because as Andrew has just said, we got to know kids that we might not have known. And I'm not sure I would have ever met Sammy Paul, but Sammy's book, Milo Moves Away, has been my inroad into reading across the district in a multitude of classrooms saying, this is what you can do. This is a low Sal senior who has already published a book. So Nico, I think I said to you when I saw you in a classroom on a visitation, dear parents know what a great kid you are. And I'm sure they do because you are one great kid. So go Huskies from a Bruin. So go Huskies.
Thank you, Mr. Forehand. Mrs. Cattouli?
Yeah, Nico, thank you so much for what you've done this year. I remember when we were interviewing you for this position, and I'm thinking, it's COVID. What is he going to report on? We don't have all those activities that we normally have during the school year, the things that we want to hear about. And you just got very creative and came up with something absolutely fantastic. And I think it really also truly helped to connect all of the students together and definitely help connect the board members with our the student body at the high school, because we can only visit every once in a while. So it was really great. So thank you so much. You're a fabulous person. I know wonderful things will happen in the future, and congratulations.
Thank you, Mrs. Cattouli. Anyone, Mrs. Hill?
Well, I already got to read your recognition, so, I feel like I got to do a lot, but I do want to say thank you very, very much. And once again, truly looking at the board report and getting creative with it, and really, as Dr. Pulver said, as everybody has said, connecting us with students when we didn't have that opportunity. I just can't tell you how valuable that was. And so thank you very much. And I loved seeing how many artistic and entrepreneurial and heart-giving students we have. That's what makes this district really special. And that's what we do this job for. So thank you very much, Nico.
Thank you, Mrs. Hill. Mr. Fayette?
Hey, Nico, what a great thing that you've done. What a great tradition I believe you started. To steal a quote from someone else, it's kind of the highlight of the meeting, at least for me. I just want to say that the student spotlights were particularly poignant to me because I knew some of those kids. One of them lives on my street. and I had no idea the incredible things that they had done. So thank you for opening my eyes and bringing the special talents that these students possess to a wider audience. And Milo Moves Away is a great book. The candles are fantastic. And I'm still waiting to get my vegetables from Mr. Leibowitz. Thank you. You did a great job.
So I echo everything everybody shared, Nico. You've done a fabulous job. I think true leadership is defined by people who can stand up and make a difference and bring out the best in people in difficult times. And you just showed us so many high school students that do that, but in showing it, it was a deep reflection on your leadership capacities. I can't even imagine what you're going to do, but I think you definitely have an inner capacity to make the world a better place and to honor other people. And that's just such a special gift. I'm very excited that you've encouraged Will to do Spotlight next year. And those students were challenged, each and every one of us. That they showed us that in very difficult times, there are things that we can do, there are dreams that we can pursue, and we don't have to be held back by what's going on around us. They were heroes, and you're a hero to us because you really brought out the life on the campus of Los Alamitos in the hearts of every student. So thank you, Nico. I think the Huskies are blessed to get you, and I can't imagine what you're going to do. So we definitely wish you all the best in life, and thank you for your service to all of us.
Thank you so much to everybody. I really do appreciate that. Thank you.
Before we go, Dr. Pulver would like to say something.
So Nico, one of the things that you hit on in your presentation that I would be lost if we didn't recognize as well is our ASB teachers and advisors, along with Dr. Speratos. So I love that you recognize the role that they play. I've heard from so many of students in ASB and what a powerful way both Mrs. Siaka and Mr. Fenton find ways to really kind of connect our kids, and certainly the amazing support of Mrs. Speratos. But if we were here and meeting this in person, we would give you an opportunity, if they were present, for you to introduce your family or any of your parents. I don't know if they happen to be there. I'm kind of surprising you on this one, but if they are there, we'd love to have you introduce them and just thank them as well, because we know that this is really a part of a family accomplishment as well.
Yeah, they were actually watching me give my last presentation.
Yay!
They'll come on in just 1 second.
Great. So for disclosure, I didn't give him a heads up on this. But it's always nice to see our families behind the success of our students, because we know that really, one of the things I've always said is that we're the secondary educators, that really the primary educators are the parents, are the guardians of our families. So Nico, I'm going to give you an opportunity to introduce your family who's there.
All right, thank you, Dr. Pulver. This is my dad, Angelo, and this is my mom, Rosa. These two have been so helpful this entire year with all of these reports and just everything. I could not have done it without them. Thank you for giving me the chance to shout them out.
We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for everything.
Thank you.
You are welcome. You have an amazing son. You already know that, as you heard Mr. Forehand say as well. We know great work is going to continue. And Nico, we look forward to hearing great things about you. And on behalf of the board, you've been an exceptional board rep. What an exceptional role model to all of our students. But quite honestly, I believe to all of us as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thanks
for your
again.
words.
Thank
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for joining in the celebration. Best wishes, Nico. Go Huskies. We're now going to move on to the introduction of Will Brandenberger. We're very lucky that Nico already shared some special tidbits about him, but Dr. Pulver, would you like to introduce Will to the community?
It would be my honor. And gosh, as soon as you saw Will just join the meeting. You can tell he just has a quality about that lights up. It's hard not to be infectious with a smile when you're around Will. Board President Marlis Davidson and myself had the great opportunity to interview Will as the individual for our student board rep. And Will, I think it just felt like we're having an amazing conversation with you. He's been part of our district, I believe, your entire career. I'll let you share a little bit about which schools you've been, because I want to save some opportunities for you to be able to speak. But as you heard Nico kind of pre-introduce Will, that Will's been a part of student government. He's the junior co-president this year. Yes, I think we learned he loves to put on a mean haunted, I don't know about mean in that sense, but a great haunted house. He gave me some tidbits about some various sandwiches that I might be able to order at his work. And he too just really shared about some of the very supportive parents who've been involved and been very strong parent volunteers throughout his educational journey and continue, that both of his sisters have graduated as well. And Will, we are so looking forward to bringing you on board as our student rep. Nico has been a great role model for you, I'm sure. You actually mentioned that as we chatted with you and Mrs. Davidson, and we're just really looking forward to bringing you forward. What I do love is in his bio, it said his dream is to be an event Imagineer for Disney, designing positive and inspirational experiences for others to last a lifetime. And so, Mrs. Davidson, would you like to share anything? Because you did get the pleasure as well to meet Will before we turn it over to Will to give a little bit of information about yourself and why you wanted to be our board rep for next year.
Will, we welcome you. I'm so excited about you taking this position, and I really am grateful to Nico for all that he's shared with you. During the interview, I was completely amazed by your poise, by your enthusiasm, and your excitement for the position. I loved all the diverse interests that you have and the way that you are already thinking and planning about your board reports. They really are a highlight of every board meeting. So we look forward to your take on it, and we're grateful that you're going to continue on with the spotlight. So welcome, Will. You're going to be a wonderful board rep, and we are so thankful that you decided to pursue this opportunity. Thank you.
We're going to turn it over to you, Will, to say a few words and introduce yourself as our board rep for next year.
Well, hi, everybody. My name is Will Brandenberger. I've only had the pleasure of meeting Dr. Pulver and Mrs. Davidson so far, but it feels like I've met all of you because I love watching the board meetings. I've grown up in Los Al for 17 years of my life. I went to Rossmore Elementary for my elementary school and went to McAuliffe, and now I am at Los Al. Outside of Los Al, I work at Jersey Mike's Subs, so if you ever stop by, I'd love to say hi to you all. And Nico said it great. I design a haunted house as well, and I'm just really enthusiastic about the school, and I'm so excited to be a student representative of the board. Nico told me a little bit about it, and he loves this position so much, and I thought that love is infectious, and I want to do it as well. I'm so excited to meet every single one of you individually, and I'm so grateful for this opportunity I have, and I need to thank the whole board, Mr. Siaka and Mr. Fenton and Mrs. Siaka, as well as my parents and my family for supporting me. And I have some big shoes to fill for Nico. Man, you did an amazing job, and I watched every single one of your board presentations, all amazing. And I'm just so excited for your next 4 years at Washington. Good luck, and I will see you probably sometime this week for the ASP.
Wonderful. Welcome, Will. We're really pleased to bring you forward. And I know we're all going to love getting to know you. Talk about infectious and certainly I think you have that personality, a bright young man. And we're pleased that you're going to be able to introduce us more to find ways to connect all of our Griffins with all of us.
And so welcome, Will. And we want you to know that if you have any questions, suggestions, ideas, you are a board member now. So our doors are open to you. So please feel free to contact any one of us at any time. And we look forward to your first board report. So have a great summer and get ready to be busy. Now we're going to move on to recognition of 10 SELPA Community Advisory Committee Award recipients. And Mrs. Grace Delk will be joining us for that presentation. I see you on the screen now. So welcome, Grace.
Good evening. Hi, everyone. Good evening, Dr. Dave or Mrs. Davidson, esteemed board members, Dr. Pulver, and members of the community. It's truly my honor to be here this evening to speak about this year's 2021 CAC, which is an acronym for our Community Advisory Committee Award recipients. So the CAC, just to kind of give some background, is comprised of parents and staff members in their local districts that are part of our SELPA. And the primary purpose is really to facilitate ongoing communication and understanding, leading to improved special education programs. And so on behalf of the CAC of the Greater Anaheim SELPA, as well as the Los Alamitos Unified School District, we wish to acknowledge the award recipients who've really gone above and beyond for our students with special needs. So these 10 individuals that we're going to talk about individually really have were nominated not only by parents, but by staff members and community members to talk about their contributions to the academic, social, and or emotional growth for our students with special needs. So I'm pleased to share this year's recipients with you, along with just a short snippet from their nomination forms from those that have nominated them. So our first recipient is Lynette Bolton. She's an instructional assistant. She's been in our special education department for 13 years. She has supported students in multiple grade levels across our school district and recently just retired this school year. So it's something about Lynette. She's worked with our son, so this comes from her nomination form, since 6th grade, and she's really helped him not only academically, but socially. She goes above and beyond to support our son. So congratulations, Lynette. We're so fortunate to have you a part of our school district. Our next recipient is Sarah Lee. She's an education specialist from Hopkinson Elementary School. And something about Sarah, she is the first one to open a multi-age grade level classroom for our mod severe students at Hopkinson. And so that was a big undertaking that she took on 3 years ago. And she's just been a fantastic addition to our, not only our school site, but just our special education team in general. And so from her nomination form, it was indicated that she's kind, she's thoughtful, and she's keenly interested in understanding and knowing our son better. Can go ahead and move on to the next slide. Nicole Manley is an education specialist at McAuliffe Middle School. Nicole has also worked at McGaw Elementary School, and she's well known for planning the school-wide Abilities Awareness Week, which brings a lot of our students together at McAuliffe. And something about her, she's not only 100% committed to student success, but she's incredibly creative in giving opportunities to participate and contribute in school activities. So congratulations, Nicole. And then our next recipient is Mr. Mendren, Alan Mendren. He is currently an assistant principal at Oak Middle School. He's been part of our district for the past 8 years, and he's an active member of our special education community on the campus. And Mr. Mendren was committed to helping my son be his best self, and his gift of time to my son and our family is priceless. So thank you, Mr. Mendren. And then our next recipient is Cassandra Palacios. You may recognize that name in pictures. She is also one of our classified employees of the year for our district. And she is currently an LVN at our high school campus at Los Alamitos High School, and she's been there since 2017. And so something about her, she's done an exceptional job at guiding us through these challenging times. She's a gift to our school and cherished by all of my students. And then our next recipient is Mr. Kyle Rice. He's an instructional assistant, and he has been working in our district for about the past 4 years. And this year he's been working with students at Oak Middle School. And so a little something about him. This year, my son has made huge gains. Kyle has made a major impact on my son's education, and I believe that Kyle is truly exceptional. And then our next recipient is Miss Jamie Shannon. Jamie Shannon has been an instructional assistant in our school district for 34 years, which is pretty remarkable. And she is currently working at Los Alamitos High School, where she's worked with various students in our special education community. And Jamie treats each student with respect and compassion. She builds confidence in each student, allowing them to get the most out of their time. So congratulations, Jamie. And then our next recipient is Mr. Kenny Suji. Mr. Suji is an education specialist at McAuliffe Middle School, and he's been an integral part of our special education department for the past 12 years. Mr. Suji thinks outside the box and allows each student to learn, grow, and develop at his or her best ability. And then our final two recipients that I kind of wanted to leave last, last but not least, are Marcus Lintour and Antonio McHugh, which are actually students. They're both seniors at Los Alamitos High School. And 2 years ago, they co-founded the Griffin's Buddy Club at Los Alamitos High School. They met during lunchtime to introduce students to fun activities and games and offer them the opportunity to learn alongside peers. And so the Griffin Buddies Club was designed to increase inclusion for students with special needs. During the pandemic, they moved their meetings to twice a month, offering games and activities via Zoom. Their continued positivity and enthusiasm for inclusion deserve your recognition. So it was really exciting and really nice to have two of our own students be recognized in Los Alamitos. So that really concludes my presentation, and just want to share our appreciation and gratitude for this year's recipients and thank you them for their exceptional support to supporting students with special needs.
Thank you, Mrs. Delk. That was a great presentation. Dr. Pulver?
Thank you very much. As some of you may know, this is really the SELPA award. And as Mrs. Grace Delk shared, that a lot of the recommendations come from our own staff or really from our families for the individuals who've made a difference. And so normally the SELPA, through their board meeting, which represents one board member from each of the school districts, would recognize these incredible individuals at one of their board meetings. But due to COVID and their inability to be able to recognize them in person, we certainly wanted to find a way to recognize them in some form or fashion. And so I want to thank Mrs. Delk and your team for finding a way to put this on our agenda and allow the board to also recognize these amazing individuals. And I love that it really is a broad spectrum of staff, of classified and certificated, as well as even our students. That's really a kind of a cool thing. And so I know, Mr. Forehand, you are the board rep to our SELPA. Is there anything that you would like to say in recognition of these fantastic individuals?
No, it just, as a new member on the board and then a brand new member on SELPA, it was so great to see those nominated kids. And then Grace, thank you for giving that little bit of tidbit about all of them, because we know they're fabulous and it just brought it all to life in my head. So when I go back to SELPA this next month, I'm going to be able to say, I got to meet all of them in person via Zoom. So thank you.
Thank you so much. And we're moving to our final recognition. It's definitely a very significant and important one, our District Hero of the Heart. And Dr. Pulver will be doing that very special presentation.
Well, I'm sure I will certainly start, but I have a feeling every board member will also want to be able to comment on our District Hero of the Heart. So as if you've been following our board meetings, each of our school site gets to recognize what we call a Hero of the Heart, and that is relegated to an individual who has just gone above and beyond in terms of service to the community, to the school site, for really the benefit of all students. And this year, as we were really contemplating who would be our District Hero of the Heart, the Los Alamitos Unified School District's Hero of the Heart, I don't even think we could have thought within a snap of a finger, Dr. Stone, and immediately you came to mind. Dr. Stone is our District Hero of the Heart for a myriad of reasons. And what I love is when I called Dr. Stone last week and let him know that we wanted to recognize him as our Hero of the Heart, he paused and said, you know, we're on a first name basis, obviously. He said, you know, Andrew, I get just as much out of supporting the district as the district gets from me. And I said, well, I may have to beg to differ a little bit. Remember, we can agree to disagree and do so respectfully. But truly, Greg, you have just been an amazing man of service. And it's bigger than just this year as you coming back as our interim principal. Greg has served public education for over 40 years in just a myriad of different ways, and has been with us, I think now with this year, probably well over 22 years. and all of those years at Los Alamitos High School here within our district. But he's such a man who is kind, compassionate, open-minded, really believes at his core what is in the best interest of students, and is a true advocate for students, for all students within the 4As, but also students who are struggling, students who need us to run to them even more, students who need us to wrap our arms and open ourselves up even more to find some ways to support them. And as some of you may or may not know, as he left retirement, he reached out to myself and at the time, the principal of Los Alamitos High School, Mr. Velasic, to see if we would be willing to allow him to come back and serve in a volunteer role of really just to counsel and as intervention supports for students. And obviously, we all know the job that he's done this year. We've said it a lot. I hate the term interim principal because Dr. Stone, you have been Los Alamitos High School principal all year. But he always uses that word he's such a man of deference and a man of wanting to give grace to individuals. But he's just been an exceptional principal for us this year at what I would say probably our most needy of times. And certainly not an easy time. I think almost any challenge that we've been able to face, Dr. Stone has been able to tackle it with grace, with dignity, and service. And what I love is his commitment to this community is much bigger. When I called him up in the summer and asked him if he'd even think about this, well, he's such a man of family and a man of faith. He said, Andrew, I think so. But I would like to talk to my wife, Chris, about this. And I love that. I really want to thank Chris as well for allowing you to serve in this capacity that just benefits all students. And if you didn't know, Dr. Stone has reached out to our incoming principal, Miss Christiana Kraus, and has really asked, would she be okay if he serves in some type of volunteer role again next year, supporting students maybe who are at risk or in some type of intervention counselor in some form or fashion. And I love the fact that as he does that, he asks because he never wants to overstep someone's role in leadership. Greg, you're just an incredible man of humility, an incredible man of faith, an incredible man of service. It's no wonder that Leif also selected you as our King of Hearts, but you're also really our hero of the heart. And I could not be more proud to be able to call you a friend, to call you someone that I know. You inspire me to think differently and to really be an advocate for our staff, for our students, but to have a big heart and to not get swayed by what we know at our core, what is the right thing for students. And so thank you for all the service that you do. And I'm going to turn it over to our board president, who I'm sure many of our board members are going to want to talk about the incredible man and the service that you've provided to this community.
So who gets to go first? Meg?
There, I don't know why it's so difficult to unmute yourself. Thank you for letting me go first, because I am sure that everyone's going to, we're all going to be very repetitive. But Dr. Stone, I want you, when I remember last summer when Dr. Pulver called me and said, we need to get a high school principal. And I basically was like panicking because I was thinking, how are we going to get a high school principal? We're in the middle of COVID. This is like an insane situation. No one in the right mind would want to become a high school principal during this last year that we had. And Dr. Pulver said, I'm going to give Greg Stone a call. And my first thought was, he always seems so sane to me. Why would he choose to come back and under these circumstances? And you did the marvelous job that you have always done when you've been doing your job. You are the calm in the center of any storm. You just do what is best for the kids and everyone on that campus, whether they want to wear a mask or not, if they don't like cleaning the desks or whatever their issue is, they know that you support them 150%. And they know that you're doing everything you can do to make sure that they're okay and everyone can learn and go forward. I don't think we could have had a better person at the helm of LaSalle High than you this past year. Thank you so much. You have touched so many of those kids' lives, the staff's lives, the board's lives. Just thank you so much for the giving heart that you have.
Thank you, Meg.
Chris?
Yeah, I can be very succinct, Greg, because I've told you this throughout the year. You are an incredible human being. And thank you for everything you've done to weather the storm and get us through. So congratulations, and this is more than well deserved.
Diana?
Greg, I obviously knew you were assistant principal and my sons were at LaSalle, but I remember really the first time that it really impacted me who you were and how you handled things. And it was related to my niece who was in crew, and how she and her parents came in to talk about her schedule, and she ended up being one of our valedictorians. So her schedule was extremely important and she needed to balance all these things. And the time that you give to anybody who needs your attention, you give them unlimited time, you give them your attention and your total attention, and always with such ease that it makes people really comfortable to be able to get what they need to get and where they need to get. And that's just one really tiny example, but it just comes home to me that you have probably done that thousands of times while you were at the high school as an assistant principal, as principal the first time, and certainly during this time. And we just couldn't be more grateful to have had you. Now, I am a little concerned because you have become a king and a hero all in 1 year. And I'm not even sure you, Dr. Stone, can be able to, keep your head small, becoming a king and a hero all at once. But I jest, but thank you very much, and have so much deep respect for you and who you are.
I love your thoughts of the week, and I just want to say thank you for all that you have done and did this past year.
Thank you.
So Greg, you're very deeply loved. And I think back to last summer, you and I were having a very lengthy conversation about your possible contemplation of running for school board. And we talked for a couple hours, and then you said, I'll get back to you. And but your reason for not considering it was you didn't want to give up that volunteer time that you had working with the kids at the high school. That's the kind of person you are. You weren't considering vacations or free time or the joys of retirement. It was about whether you would be able to be one-on-one helping those kids. And then it was probably 2 days later, waiting for your phone call to let me know what your plans were, when I found out we needed a principal. And I feel like there was such a destiny in that waiting to decide, because I can't imagine another person on this planet doing the job that you did, having the heart that you have and caring in the way that you have for every single teacher, staff member, community member, and child through all of this chaos. You were the captain of the ship, and I can't begin to thank you enough. When I think about leaders, my friend, when I think about leaders, I think about the person with the servant's heart. That's the leader. That's the kind of leader that I most admire. And every minute of the day, you're figuring out what you can do for somebody else. Every minute of the day, you're considering how something impacts somebody else. And that's what you did for Chris when you turned around and asked her before you made any decisions. And that's what you did for all of us when you decided to come back to the school. It hasn't been an easy year. I'm sure that there are many nights when you probably, kind of asked yourself and asked God, was this really the path I was supposed to take? And all we can say is thank you, thank you, thank you, because nobody would have done it better. We love you dearly. We wish you joy in your second attempt at retirement, and joy for us. We get the joy of having you back on campus with those kids. So thank you, Greg. Thank you.
Well, thank you all very much. As I did share with Andrew last week when he called me, and he hit it spot on. I said, you've given me much more than I've given you. And so I think it's maybe a win-win for both of us. And I just feel like, as Marla said, I think we're all called to serve in some capacity to make things better. And so as long as you can continue to do that and find your passion doing it, I think that's what I want to continue to do. And then Diana, you weren't there last week at, there was a lay function and I saw Randy, and I've known Randy Hill for quite some time. Randy, though, brought me down a bit. He said, what's with all this King stuff and so forth? And so thank you, Randy, because Randy and I know each other well enough and he can just tell me straight out. And coming home too, there's no hero at home, there's no king at home. So trust me, when I cross that threshold at home, it's just Greg coming home to the family. So, and some of you know her, Chris is my rock, and what I do, we do as a team, and she's allowed me to do this. And I think I've told, maybe it was Mr. Forehand one of the times he visited, but I still have some tread left on the tires. So I still plan on helping in some capacity and hopefully with the Griffins next year. So again, thank you so much for your kind words.
Thank you, Dr. Stone, and I will let Dr. Pulver close this out.
Thank you. Just again, Greg, we do understand that this is bigger than just you, that really your whole family giving up time as a father, as a husband. But I just want to once again thank you. And what I've heard from staff in various roles that they have is what an incredible mentor and a coach that you have been for them throughout the over 20 plus 22 years perhaps that you've been here in Los Al, and your legacy is certainly one that is going to outlive all of us. You're an incredible role model and of a man of service with humility, and I want to say thank you for that once again. We love you, Dr. Stone. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And at this point, we are going, before we start our next part of our session, we're going to take a 10-minute break, and we will be back. Thank you. Welcome back from recess. We're now going to begin the public forum portion of our presentation of our board meeting. And due to the large number of comments that have been submitted, we may want to look at what we've done in the past few meetings, which is go from the 30-minute limit and extend it in order to read all comments, but shorten the 3-minute time limit for speaking to 2 minutes. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a
Diane?
motion that we extend the limit to whatever is necessary to read all the comments, but curtail each comment to 2 minutes.
I
I will
second.
second.
Any comment? Okay, this is a roll call vote.
Mrs. Davidson,
Aye.
Mrs. Hill,
Aye.
Ms. Cattouli,
Aye.
Mr. Forehand,
Aye.
Mr. Fayed.
Aye.
Okay, I'd like to share board policy about public comments now. The board welcomes input from the public. This is the opportunity for community members to provide public comment to the board on agenda items or items not listed on the agenda. Members of the public who wish to provide public comments for the board to consider during the board meeting submitted electronically in electronic form to our website. These were submitted up to 3 o'clock prior to the board meeting, but we were able to accept all comments up until the 3 minutes ago. So we are taking all comments. And so all submissions received after that time are provided to the board, and we are going to be reading them. Comments will be read aloud in the board meeting during public comments, consistent with board policies and board bylaws, and will be streamed live on YouTube as part of the meeting. Public comments are limited to a maximum of 3 minutes, and we've now adjusted it to 2. The total time for public comments from the audience shall be limited to 1/2 hour. We've now extended it to include all comments. If a large number of individuals wish to comment on a subject, the president of the board may, with board consent, decrease the time limit of the speaker or increase the time allotted, which is exactly what we've done. So we are now going to begin reading these comments from the public with Dr. Pulver.
Thank you, Madam President. And as we did last time, we'll probably each read about a series of 10 to break it up. And I'll start with the first few. First public comment from Robbie Hitzler, and the comments are, the description of school board decisions. I would like to voice my complete and unhindered support of all decisions the Los Al School Board has made recently, including the creation of wonderful ethnic studies class, as well as the forward-thinking social justice curriculum. I know that I have directly been involved in organizing and participating in the negative rallies previously. However, I would like to publicly voice my unhindered and full support for the curriculum from this day forward. I'm using this forum to publicly apologize for my misinformed statements previously. I did not perform my due diligence in fact-checking the statements and was guilty of following a herd mentality. To all of the people I may have caused harm or grief to, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry to the members of BLM, Black Lives Matter. Comment is from MG. Ethnic studies are a benefit is the description. Please continue to put the education of children as your top priority and don't listen to racists. The next comment is from Letitia S. Social justice standards. Ethnic studies curriculum materials /tolerance.org. Intersectionality 101 equals photo of Kimberly Crenshaw, who is the scholar of CRT, which equals praying for all board members to be exposed to their intellectual dishonesty and for justice so that God may be glorified. And again, we read these comments as they are submitted and based upon the names that are provided as well. Allison Bartlett, the description is ethnic studies material comment. Good evening. My family and I are Christian American conservatives. We accept the Lord Jesus Christ as our Savior and follow his commandments to love God with all our heart, mind, soul, and strength, and love our neighbor as ourselves. We previewed the ethnic studies material as well as the social justice standards, and we find them to be counter to our beliefs and how we want our children to view America and fellow Americans. The emphasis on race, sexual identity, and gender divides rather than unites. We're also offended that without parental consent last week at Oak Middle School, they celebrated Gay Pride Week with morning announcements and resource materials celebrating a lifestyle that goes counter to our and many others' religious beliefs. There was no out of options. Then we were dismayed to learn last week about the third grade Weaver teacher who exposed her classroom full of 9-year-olds to ideas of sexism and gender fluidity in order to support one child's confusion with gender. I have always been a strong advocate of Christians being the light in public schools, and I know my children are solid in their faith and values. After being immersed in the critical race theory material and looking at the plans this district has to separate our students based on race, sexual identity, and gender, I cannot in good conscience let our children marinate in that ideology for 6 hours a day in every class and in every subject by teachers and students. We are moving our children and going to a local private school that focuses on academic excellence, not indoctrination. I want my children's high school years to be an in-depth studies of classical concepts of inalienable rights, liberty, and justice for all, not focused on real or imagined mistakes America has made. This board, led by supervisors, is implementing critical race theory. Dr. Pulver's admission this week to roll out the social justice standards slowly is akin to how you cook a frog. You put them in cool water and you slowly raise the heat so that the frog doesn't realize it's being cooked to death. And we'll go to the next comment. The next comment is from Jackie Tannett. This description is ethnic studies and CRT. When Los Alamitos Unified School District Board of Education voted recently to create an ethnic studies course, Board Vice President Diana Hill was quoted as saying, "I think that there's a fear out there that we want to indoctrinate our students, and I do not believe that with any part of my heart." Unfortunately, despite Hill's good feelings, indoctrination is a genuine concern. I hope she and other school board members will not follow the lead of the state model curriculum without giving serious thought to its overwhelming ideological slant. The indoctrination to the model curriculum says, the foundational values of ethnic studies are housed in the conceptual model of the double helix, which interweaves holistic humanization and critical consciousness. These values will allow students to critique empire building in history and its relationship to white supremacy, racism, and other forms of power and oppression. Thus armed, the document says students can conceptualize, imagine, and build a new possibilities for a post-racist, post-systemic racism society that promotes collective narratives of transformative resistance, critical hope, and radical healing. Parents need to understand that behind the waterfall of vocabulary is a militant ideology. When kids are taught to subject all of life to critical consciousness in order to find the oppressor and the oppressed everywhere and at all times, they are taught that only the ultimate meaning in life is power. Furthermore, since power is always oppressive in this thought system, all social structures, including families, churches, and our constitutional republic, must be deconstructed. Worse, critical race theorists want students to accept the assumption that anyone who fails to swallow these rules wholeheartedly is a tool of oppression. Ultimately, it's a highly effective way of preventing dialogue and pitting students against students. Next comment is from Dory Medrano Lane. Subject ethnic studies, opinion of an American Mexican. Being a family of Mexican ancestry, I find this alarming with unintended consequences. While the school board may think that education is key when it comes to the subject of racial equality, it may have an opposite effect. When children are taught that some people were treated differently because of the color of the skin, it may bring about shame, embarrassment, and/or additional bullying from newfound information. In my humble opinion, most children are colorblind. Insinuation and erroneous teaching is what clouds the issue. Reminds me of unsuccessful DARE program, where the school taught my kindergarten to say no to drugs. He didn't even know what drugs were. I was so upset. He was much too young. The proposed program teaches children we were not created equal at various points in history. Anglo children being taught that their family may have been racist, slave owners, etc. How is this good? Is that lifting children up, teaching positive reinforcement that they are worthy no matter in what family they grew up? Growing up, I was taught my ancestors were migrant workers and denied housing due to redlining in nicer neighborhoods right here in Southern California. I can never imagine how I would feel being taught this in school, and the shame of being taught it in a classroom where the entire picture, my great-grandparents, grandparents, and parents worked very hard for the American dream to assimilate into the workplace, schools, and elsewhere, and to not be constantly reminded of hurtful discrimination by educators. Now, the possibility of it being taught to our children by many teachers and administrators who have no idea what it entailed and what it meant for our family is alarming. One cannot simply learn from a book. Every family story is different. In our family, we teach our children where we came from, what it took to get there, proud of our hard work and perseverance. Please don't muddy the water in the name, if political correctness, and slanted information. This goes beyond the scope of what education was intended for children. This should be taught at home, taught that most are inherently good and compassionate beings. Next comment is from James Contreras, and the description is Zoom board meeting. Having your meeting once again accessible only by Zoom borders on infringement of free speech. I strongly urge you to allow residents and interested parties access to these, our meetings. The next comment is from Donna McGuire, and this description is ethnic studies curriculum. Dear Los Alamitos School Board, please remove from your June 1st, 2021 agenda the vote regarding ethnic studies curriculum. You have not properly noticed the public, nor allowed for the input from the public as to the course outline. 2, as the only materials you have up for review is an outline and not actual course material or a teacher's manual, you are voting on nothing. I am also requesting the addition to your consent calendar for the June 1st, 21 meeting, the K through 12 curriculum pertaining to the social justice standards that you approved and are planning to implement in the fall of 2021. The same reason applies as stated above as noted in number 1 and 2. The right thing to do is to table both of the above until the fall of 2021. At that time, you should have community meetings to discuss what type of curriculum reflects the values of this community. The board and the superintendent have the responsibility to serve this community. The manner in which the above was slipped through, the review materials buried, then changed during the review period, made it appear that you don't want the community to weigh in on what is being taught to our children. Transparency and inclusion of the community would have prevented this dissent and division we are now experiencing in an otherwise peaceful community. Next comment is from Anna Rounds. The subject is ethnic studies class and social justice standards. It saddens my heart to know that times are changing within our public schools. It saddens my heart that a wonderful school district like Los Alamitos feels the pressure to teach on morality and not leave that up to parents. My daughter will be a freshman this 2021-22 school year, and as I don't mind that the ethnic studies class is an elective, I do worry that it'll be made mandatory one day. Social justice standards are now being made mandatory for all staff to learn and implement within their classes. Saddens me that they will not be given more support on academic standards, but focus on social standards on race. Leave the morality to parents and teach our children academic standards. That's what public schools are for. Thank you for your time. The next message is comment is from Dean McGuire. Ethnic studies curriculum is the subject. Regarding the ethnic studies and the social justice standards curriculum, now that you are aware of the exponential growth of public interest and misinformation, your words, not mine, within the community, a reasonable leader would realize that both curriculums are controversial. Even further, these types of classes, curriculums, actually, you only have outlines available for review, have national attention. To quell the unrest in the community, which is caused by your lack of 1, transparency, 2, process of notification, 3, as well as inclusion of the community regarding the curriculum. The most important votes you can make tonight are to table the ethnic studies curriculum approval vote, as well as to put social justice standards curriculum back on the winter agenda. You must provide a forum and time for open public discussion and input so that the community can support a curriculum that reflects our values. Your lack of transparency and openness within the community has resulted in a high level of mistrust. No, we do not trust you to do the right thing for our children. And with that, the next ones will be going to Mrs. Davidson.
Okay, I'll begin with Robin Itzler. It's ironic that the day after Memorial Day, or her topic is anti-Semitic ethnic studies curriculum. It's ironic that the day after Memorial Day, when we honor those who died to keep the United States a free nation, that I must submit a comment to a public school system beseeching the board not to move forward with a curriculum that promotes critical race theory. You can call the program whatever you want, but it is anti-Christian, anti-Semitic, and anti-American. The Legislative Jewish Caucus said of the first version that it echoes the propaganda of the Nazi regime. The few tweaks did not remove the anti-Semitic aspects, just made it less obvious. Tonight, you should vote to table the ethnic studies curriculum and place the social justice standards curriculum on the winter agenda. Moreover, the community seeks an open discussion so that whatever curriculum is finally developed will represent the community, not the left-leaning LAUSD. Want to talk racism? California ranks 49 out of 50 states in educating poor children. Education helped me achieve middle-class success. Why isn't LAUSD focusing on the basics, since that affects poor people who are usually people of color? Finally, a few words as to why people like me who live outside LAUSD are so involved. Unless you can guarantee that every graduate will live and work within this district, they are the next generation of Americans. I want them to know that America is the best nation in the world, always recognizing its mistakes and striving to improve. In closing, this anti-Christian, anti-Semitic, anti-American curriculum should be rejected. Next letter is from Greg Kutzbach. It's on the new curriculum. I do not condone any type of racism and support education that builds people up to help them achieve and become successful adults. One club I participated in at LaSalle High School was Model United Nations. It was a great way to learn about and respect other countries, as well as engage in the successful and unsuccessful methods used by their respective governments. I've looked at the outline and reference materials for the proposed ethnic studies curriculum. I was told that this curriculum came as a result of 3 components. 1, an incident involving a post on Facebook by an elementary school principal, which resulted in a parent group being formed to study racism within Los Alamitos School District. 2, many racism incidents. This administration and school board need to provide the documentation of the creation of this new curriculum, including but not limited to 1, all personal and LAUSD text messages, emails, digital and hard copies of incidents of racism, and support the above narrative as well as the meeting notes from the parent committees and board involvement. Through this comment, I'm formally requesting this evidence. Being a graduate of Los Alamitos High School, I request to see evidence that racism in the district is to the high degree that this administration and school board presents. Please increase transparency for the process used to come to the conclusion that a new curriculum was needed, and this particular curriculum is the best fit to solve the problems you will identify. Thank you. Hannah Taylor, Ethnic Studies and Social Justice Standards. I am a resident of Rossmore. I'm a mother and a wife. I am a law-abiding citizen that owns a home, runs a business, and pays taxes in our community. I'm appalled by the treatment of parents in this community by the board that is supposed to work for us. You do not even work for our children, as they are children. You are to keep them safe and provide an education that parents in the community approve of. If I were to allow my child to eat fast food and play video games every day, he would do that. He does not get to choose. We as his parents choose for him, and we have the responsibility to love and care for him, to keep him safe and provide for him. The foundation of curriculum being implemented in our community comes from an anti-American, anti-biblical Marxist ideology. Our country was founded on Judeo-Christian principles and values, as stated in our Constitution, that all mankind is created in the image of God. We are to see ourselves equal in the eyes of God. We have equal opportunities and freedoms in this country to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The country is flawed, as is every other country in the world. People are flawed and fall short of the glory of God. This does not change the truth of the foundational principles of our country to set forth in our Constitution. The dream of Martin Luther King and the dream set forth in our Constitution shall still be the dream of every American. The dream of a constitutional republic that gives equal opportunity to all its citizens in those want to legally become citizens. There will still be racism and sins of every kind, but that does not mean that we destroy the foundation and the dream of our country, that all mankind has the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and that all mankind should be judged on the content of their character and not the color of their skin. The curriculum being presented truly at its foundation is bigoted, divisive, hateful at its core. It does not empower and encourage any race to live their God-given potential and to be victorious overcomers. Donnie T, Ethnic Studies Curriculum. First and foremost, I'm a huge fan of all of you. The board, Dr. Pulver, and many, many others are very fine people, very fine. I want to voice my support for the Ethnic Studies curriculum presented tonight. Now, no one knows ethnic studies like me, believe me, no one. The course will give students a better idea of their peers' backgrounds and ethnicities, a win for everyone. I do want to apologize for a lot of the pushback you all have gotten. A few months ago, I told an entertainment news site that it was critical race theory. Of course it's not, but they bought into it, and those who blindly follow me did as well. I realize everything I say is taken as gold, but I did not think my most gullible supporters would buy into this one. They did. For that, I apologize. Many of the remarks you will hear tonight are based on fear, misinformation, and hate. Fear-mongering has become the new facts. I feel responsible for this, but no one would think, after almost being kicked out of my job and starting an insurrection for the first time in 150 years, they would learn. They don't. I'm sorry for the comments you will have to read. It's my fault and some of the media who also enjoy spreading fear and lies. Thank you again, board. I'm a huge, huge fan of what you have done in the last few months. Much, much love and admiration. Elizabeth Wu, Ethnic Studies course. Good evening. Tonight, I would like to begin by sharing one of my favorite individuals from Asian American history. Chen Shu-shen was born in 1911 in Hangzhou, China, at the end of the Qing dynasty. After graduation from Shanghai Yingtong University, he earned a scholarship to study at MIT, arrived in 1935, a time when the United States and China were allies. He later moved to Caltech, where he influenced the creation of the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in 1943. By the end of World War II, he was one of the world's most prominent experts on jet propulsion. However, his life changed drastically. In 1949, after Chairman Mao declared the creation of the People's Republic of China, the US stopped seeing China as an ally, and the FBI accused Chen of being a communist and a national security threat. When he was deported back to China in 1955, he asserted that he would never return to the United States. He was responsible for overseeing the launch of the first Chinese satellite and training new scientists. Additionally, his work influenced the lunar exploration program. Ironically, the missiles he developed were used against the United States in the 1991 Gulf War. Chen's story demonstrates the issue of Asian hate is neither new nor simple as hate. It is a combination of racism, xenophobia, and Orientalism, all of which have existed for centuries. Unfortunately, the Asian American experience is also largely misunderstood due to the lack of education about us and our history. According to the organization, The Conscious Kid, Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders are the most underrepresented ethnic group in education. So there's no doubt that ignorance is biggest influence in the modern day yellow peril racism nationwide. Finally, to our school board members, I appreciate your continued support of this ethnic studies class. I'm confident that our students will learn from it, and I look forward to seeing what the future holds for them. Catherine Ye, Ethnic Studies Curriculum. Catherine Ye, sorry. I have two children in the district, one in 4th grade at Weaver and another in 8th grade at Oak. As a family, we spent Sunday afternoon examining the Ethnic Studies curriculum. It was exciting to hear my children look up the supplementary materials with so many rich primary sources. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights, letter to John Ross, Mary Tape's letter to the San Francisco School Board are examples, and hear them read excerpts of the documents out loud to me. There was an excitement in their voices in reading through the text, particularly from my oldest, who will be starting Los Alamitos High School next year, in which they saw themselves and stories of those like them and different from them represented in the curriculum. I was impressed by the quality of the main textbook, A Different Mirror by Ronald Takaki, as well as the supplementary materials that will allow LaSalle students to engage in higher level thinking to critically analyze text from primary sources, news articles, to multimedia. I love the inclusion of an oral history project so that each student can examine their own cultural identity as the strong focus on community and service learning. The ethnic studies curriculum and the units created bring students and community together, highlighting in the first few units the distinct contributions and experiences of ethnic groups in our community, as well as centering on our commonalities that bring groups together in units 5 and 8 through 8. I wish I had this class available when I was in high school. I am in full support of the curriculum and excited for my children to have the ethnic studies available as an option of high school. Barbara Farrell, Ethnic Studies Curriculum. Honorable Superintendent Dr. Pulver, Board President Davidson, and board members, thank you for your concern for our children and community for offering this virtual meeting. I am the grandmother of a child who is currently attending school in the district and one who graduated. I appreciate the approval of offering the ethnic studies electives in our high school and the social justice perspectives for our teachers. I am asking that you approve the ethnic studies curriculum as so thoughtfully constructed to give our children the basis for critical thinking that will enhance their education enormously. Ellie Chen, Ethnic Studies Curriculum. Hello, my name is Ellie. I am a 10-year-old and attend 4th grade at Weaver Elementary. Today, my family and I read the Ethnic Studies curriculum, and I had to do a lot of research. It took me quite a long time because I have not read these resources yet. I really like the textbook, A Different Mirror for Young People. We have the book at home. The book gives a lot of history of our country. I can see myself and people like me. I'm Chinese, part of history, as well as many other cultures such as Native Americans, Irish, Mexican Americans, African Americans, and others. I think the book helps us understand our world better. Each of us have problems on our journey and can work together to make things better. I support the curriculum and I hope that it can extend to the middle and elementary school too. Thank you for listening. Amy Chen, Ethnic Studies Curriculum. Hello, my name is Amy Chen. I'm thankful for the district for designing the ethnic studies curriculum. This past Sunday, as I was reading through the curriculum resources, I was particularly drawn to the case of Tate versus Hurley. This case revolved around a Chinese American family fighting for desegregation of San Francisco schools almost a century before Brown versus the Board of Education. Wow, how did I not know this California history? As a Chinese American teen, I found Mary Tape's ability to take action and create change in her community inspiring. Tape versus Hurley is included in Unit 5, Our Communities. This is just one historical event that I would learn about in this course. The majority of the units of the Ethnic Studies curriculum highlight the Los Alamitos community, examining our own cultural history, the history of our community, and ending with a service project related to Los Al community we feel connected to. I am currently in 8th grade at Oak. If the Ethnic Studies curriculum passes today, I have the opportunity to take it at high school as an upperclassman. I'm excited and I support the curriculum. And with that, I pass it on to,
Mrs. Hill.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Hill. I couldn't find my paper. Thank you,
No.
Mrs. Hill.
No problem. Mossy Kennedy, adoption of ethnic studies course and social justice standards. Thank you for adopting the ethnic studies course and social justice standards. While this has been a challenging period of time for the district, this particular evolution has been one of the most important outcomes of the year. These developments will improve all student experiences throughout the district. The high school is ready to offer ethnic studies to our students, providing relevant, meaningful pedagogy. The use of social justice standards will assist teachers throughout the district to offer more cultural responsive instruction for all of our students. These developments help Los Alamitos Unified School District to become a more just and decent district for all of its students. Leah Rodriguez, I am against ethnic studies. I'm against ethnic studies curriculum. I am against the current ethnic studies curriculum. Many parents move to the school district based on its past reputation of high test scores and a conservative traditional value neighborhoods. But after looking through the source materials, the curriculum divides our students by race, shaming whites for being oppressors and making non-whites victims or an oppressed class. The materials you are promoting are terrible. It is right out of critical race theory. These are not our values. The superintendent and the school board are not listening to parents in the area. I shouldn't be surprised by this curriculum, as during one of the superintendent's presentations, he told us that they would do what is best for the system. He was even quoted in the paper, not what's best for students and community. They all need to be voted out. The superintendent and those who were hired to develop this curriculum needs to be fired. Dora Mofer, adoption of ethnic studies curriculum material or supplemental materials. Thank you and staff and community members who have spent countless hours developing the outline and supplemental materials to be utilized in the high school's ethnic studies elective. As a parent and a community member, I fully support the materials presented. I hope to see this as simply the start of a robust, engaging curriculum available to students. In the future, I hope to see more ethnicities represented in the supplemental readings. There's so much fantastic content available that I'm sure the team had a difficult time narrowing down the choices. The addition to this elective class is just a start to where Los Alamitos needs to be moving. My older son's high school offered the following social studies and English electives: African American history, comparative religions, East Asian history, global issues in the 21st century, Latin American history, political psychology and behavior, Russian history, peace studies, women's studies, model UN, African American lit, culture in literature, myth and modern culture, oral interpretation and media study, and several AP options. Studies who leave Los Alamitos with the ability to think and read critically, analyze texts and sources, and thoughtfully draw conclusions based upon challenging their own preconceived ideals will be more successful in universities and the local and global workplace. Students who are able to understand that their experience may be different from that of their roommates, coworkers, or neighbors will be able to build relationships and strengthen communities. Teaching our children the tools to have civil discussions and around difficult topics and our collective history should be no barrier and should be embedded. Maria Hernandez. I'm against ethnic studies curriculum. I'm against ethnic studies curriculum. I represent many relative of parents who are afraid to speak out in fear of the backlash their children will have received by other students and teachers. The superintendent's presentation about ethnic studies is extremely confusing. So I had to do my own research and find materials on the site, which was not easy and took me a long time to get to each source. Why the reference materials were not made downloadable. Once I started, I was shocked and disgusted. This is not about ethnic studies. It's about pitting children against one another, everyone of color against everyone white. This is why dividing and segregating our students by race and shaming whites. I would like to ask Dr. Pulver, why are you endorsing this racist tension among students and white shaming? What's your agenda? This is so outrageous. You do not have the best interest of students nor parents or the community and should step down as superintendent. Elliot Noah. This comment appeals to the opponents of the adoption of ethnic studies elective into Los Alamitos High School roster of classes. I am American as you are. I celebrate the same holidays as everyone else and live under the values which our nation was founded. As an American, therefore, I support the integration of ethnic studies elective into our schools. There's nothing wrong with patriotism. However, to look at one's culture and nation through bias, outdated perspectives is ultimately determined to what is truly means to be a patriot. America, frankly, is not, and will never be perfect, nor even the founding fathers called the nation or what could have been perfect. Nevertheless, they asserted that the efforts they and their successors would undertake were to create a more perfect nation, blindly phrasing our nation through one specific ethnic lens and ignoring its mistakes in other cultures ultimately makes us no different from the totalitarian dictatorships against which America has stood. Rather, by looking at our history of our nation as an objective, holistic perspective, the gap between American dream and the American reality is truly realized by students, teachers, parents, and subsequently, they can close the gap in order to make our union more perfect. We shouldn't need a bias to consider America great. This fact-based and objective elective is claimed to victimize Americans is telling you of your distrust in your very own nation. I look at America's faults and true history, and without this kind of bias and still not only love but work for the betterment and the future of this country is truer and stronger patriotism than the being perpetrated under our pre-existing bias. This class is not critical race. Tara Fajana, Ethnic Studies elective. Thank you for your courage and your service to be on the right side of history. You have all undoubtedly challenged by so much this past year. The right thing is not always the easy thing to do, but I have faith in all of you to represent students and their unceasing message to move forward towards more equity in representation in their curriculum. Eleanor Howard, the Los Alamitos Unified School District. The Los Alamitos Unified School District continues to show the community that they are cowards, hiding behind the virus as an excuse for holding the meeting via Zoom versus in person. While California has reopened even before June 15th, board members hide from the very community they are supposed to serve. How long will you use COVID as an excuse? All of you have jellyfish spines. It's embarrassing that you are sitting in positions where you make important decisions about our children's education. I look forward to helping with the upcoming recall. Natalie Chang. Items 12A, 12B, approval of supplemental materials and approval of textbook for Los Alamitos High School Ethnic Studies course. My husband and I have two students in the district, one at Weaver and one at Los Alamitos High School. We've explored the supplemental materials as well as read the main text, a different mirror for young people, cover to cover. The curriculum is rich with multiple perspectives and it appears to do exactly what it was set out to accomplish: promote critical thinking, incorporate often overlooked historical events, and create space for our students to see themselves represented in a multicultural narratives. It promotes community, understanding, and acceptance. We are 100% in support of the ethnic studies textbooks and supplemental materials. Thank you to your teachers and administrators for painstakingly crafting a meaningful and inclusive curriculum. Dr. John Bershkier, I'm sorry if I butchered that. I know I butchered that name and I'm sorry. I teach and I work in higher education and was intricately involved in helping develop ethnic studies on our campus. I simply want to say that the research definitely proves that ethnic studies benefits students of all races, and for us, it has been an unqualified success. I hope that high school students entering higher education receive this curricula as well. Adela Lopez, Ethnic Studies. For members of the board, I urge you to support and path ethnic studies in the Los Alamitos Unified School District. My family has been residing in the district since 1964 through 3 generations. In looking over the outcomes of the education received in California and subsequently at LAUSD, there is an important literacy that continues to be absent in the curriculum of our students: the literacy of self-efficacy and empowerment. The ethnic studies curriculum supports positive academic identities, positive social identities, respectful engagement with diverse people and communities, social justice conscience, and social justice action. Never has our country and our state been more in need of such literacy. Given the events of the past 2 years and the daily reporting of vicious and violent attacks against people who have been characterized in our teaching of history, literature, the arts, and or present in absentia, to be correctly identified as unimportant, non-productive, non-participatory, non-contributory. Members of the board, this is your opportunity to make the needed changes that can bring healing and engagement, compassion and justice to the intellectual and social outcomes of lives of our students and future leaders. The time is now. Respectfully, Adela Lopez, Professor Emeritus, Fullerton College. And I will hand it off to, speaking very slowly here,
Mrs. Catulli.
to Mrs. Catulli.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Hill. This is from Jessica Riegert, Ethnic Studies course. Esteemed board member and esteemed board and cabinet members. These comments are in regard to the Ethnic Studies class, a course and standards that are an exciting and needed addition to our high school curriculum. As the debate, comment, and vote on this are closing, I humbly ask board and cabinet members to speak loudly and sternly on the clarity and need of this course. During this debate, hate groups like the Proud Boys have found solace in your silence. This is a mistake on their part to assume your silence is about encouraging their hate and not about the process of voting on curriculum. So now, please, for the sake of the parents, community members, teachers, staff, and most importantly, our students that have been here, please make a loud and clear statement on the standards and curriculum you are voting on. As educators, our job are to shine lights in the dark corners of ignorance. This institution of education is created to help bridge divides, share stories, and collaborate with our neighbors. So with this vote and the start of a beautiful new chapter at Los Al, please join the chorus of support. In the next coming days, I hope to hear a collective statement from the board and from individuals. Reaffirm your support for education, you educators and children that have been calling for this. Our students are our most important stakeholders in the district, and they have demonstrated their persistence, diligence, compassion, and grit. They have been staring down hate, ignorance, and even violence against them. They have been keeping the flame of intellectual drive and compassion protected in our community. So please, as you conclude your vote, please reflect on the voices and faces that are looking to you now. Thank you. Erica Manis, critical race theory is racist and divisive. The frameworks you adopted for social justice are filled with racial hatred and creates division among our kids. Learning for justice is filled with stereotypes and hatred for white kids. You don't get rid of racism by being racist. It opens up our kids to abuse by leftist teachers with an agenda that has already been seen at Oak. You took a happy, peaceful district and turned it upside down with total disregard of input from parents. Hunter Dunn, agenda item 12B, ethnic studies curriculum. Board members, I urge you to listen to the stories of the Los Al student, especially women, POC, LGBTQ+, and other minorities. There was misinformation and blatant lies spread out by the opposition, but what matters is the bravery of the Los Alamitos students and community members. In Los Alamitos, we held protests, including one at the district office, to fight for ethnic studies course. So many courses and histories have been left out of our social studies curriculums. The kids of these groups felt like there was something wrong with them, that they should hide or disown their own cultures, faith, orientation, and identities. Many teachers and administrators are unequipped to deal with the school's diversity and would try to minimize xenophobic bullying and threats because they didn't have the tools to help teach students how to value each other's differences. We need a change, and we need it now. We demanded the board's help in making a better world for us all, especially those who are victims of systemic oppression. So far, they followed through on their commitment, and I hope this speech will help strengthen their resolve. This curriculum is one small way to make a difference, one way to give students the tools to understand not only each other, but the problems of our society and how to work towards solving them. To make sure that everyone who feels invisible, unnoticed, unseen, unwanted in our society will be treated with dignity, respect, and open hearts. This ethnic studies curriculum and the social justice standards will hopefully be the only beginning of the changes that will help make every single Los Alamitos student and resident feel welcomed and loved. It is a step in the right direction, but it would take extreme naivety to ignore that we have miles to go. As sung by our choir, go big or go home. We have to focus our efforts on inclusivity, on demarginalization, and on making our community safe for everyone. Los Al is our home, and no one will ever feel unwanted. We are committed to creating a community where no one is put down or cast aside because of their race, religion, orientation, gender, identity, or personal beliefs. We're not there yet, but we can get there, and we will. It will take the whole village, but together we can step forward into a new. Thank you. I couldn't hear that. This is from David Rice, Social Justice Standards. Dear board members and the public, I'm thoroughly disappointed in how the district has handled the voices from the community. I'm saddened by the lack of unbiased information being given and the deceit by the board members. The community trust has fallen at its all-time low with the last meeting going virtual, and how board members have shared their own support for a vote prior to the vote in a public forum, and including making comments about how any opposition to an outside interest or those opposing any vote is from the right-wing extremists. Great way to shut up a community. The reading from professors outside of the public comment was also very distasteful. My fear is becoming true week by week, and we are handling this very distasteful. The school choice, we're handing the school choice the ammo they need. The board told many of its parents this was just a framework and not even approved yet, but more and more parents are learning many of the tolerance.org curriculums have already made it into our students' classroom. And when Diana Hill had a chance to change some of the frameworks, she was shut down. Dr. Fuller's FAQ to the community said we're not using tolerance.org verbatim, yet we aren't allowed to change anything. We had an assignment with resources being used from tolerance.org in January. Why am I a racist? The board and district may not call this critical race theory, but it sure is looking through the lens of CRT. My greatest problem is the inability for all 5 board members to even consider what the community is saying, including my son, who sees how racism is being promoted by teachers. Students on campus without such divisive resources as teachingtolerance.org can't wait until teachers like Drew Stills is giving this training to start figuratively beating our students over the head with teaching tolerance propaganda. Removing the first 2 pages only prove the only transparency the district wants is to hide its true colors. Humani Luca, I am.
Mrs. Catuli,
Yes.
we actually skipped comment number 34 from Mr. Wasler.
I am so sorry. I do not have comment number 34 on my sheets. So if someone else has it, please read it.
I'll go ahead and read that.
Yeah.
Or Scott, do you have that? Or Chris?
I have it.
Okay.
Congratulations to Dr. Pulver, the board, and the Los Alamitos School District for successfully orchestrating a severe manipulation of the April 27th board meeting. You created a new rule to accept over 60 speaker comment cards when your office opened versus the established process of those in line at the time of the meeting. Your devious tactic pushed those in line to the end of the comment time. Many of the speakers were children that do not vote, but effectively delayed the opposing parents and increased the in favor count. Your teachers did a great job guiding and coaching the students to show support by creating posters and comments. This is an obvious example of implementing your social justice warriors of the future to promote the implementation of racism in our schools. Kateriye was very effective in her coordination of intimidation and terrorization of speakers by the BLM Antifa groups. Many parents left before speaking due to the lengthy delay and obvious intimidation from these domestic terrorist groups. I applaud Dr. Pulver, who earns almost $400,000 a year, to implement racism in the schools. You were a coward and would not come out of your office for an interview with Jonathan Hunt from Fox News, but will make numerous comments to the Sun-Times News Enterprise and the Orange County Register.
Okay, I'll go back to number 36. Harumi Luka, I'm against the ethnic studies curriculum. Just like most of us, I thought the ethnic studies is a study of different ethnicities and their history, but it's much more than that. The book, A Different Mirror for Young People by Ronald Takashi, adopted the school for its curriculum, paints a different picture. It teaches racial division, white hating, and white shaming. It's a critical race theory. Just to illustrate, I will quote Mr. Takaki's message on page 50. In the English mind, the color black was fraught with an array of negative images, deeply stained with dirt, foul, dark, or deadly in purpose, malignant, sinister, wicked. The color white, on the other hand, signified purity, innocence, and goodness. Brutish Caliban seemed to personify what the English consider African traits. Travel reports describe Africans as people of beastly living without a god, law, or religion. Their color made them devil incarnate. The devil has infused prodigious idolatry into their hearts, enough to relish his palate and to agonize those tortures and to fry their souls, as the ragging sun has already scorched their coal black carcasses. Africans were also to be cannibalism. They allegedly ate human beings as the English would eat beef or mutton. As you read this passage in front of the students of diverse backgrounds, what would happen to non-white students? Anger and disdain towards white students? With such blatant racially divisive curriculum that teachers white hate, this may potentially ignite social justice warriors into action. If any white students are harmed physically or psychologically by these warriors, the school should be held liable. This curriculum has no place in school and should be removed immediately. Mr. Pulver, board members, you do not represent the community, the parents, or the students, and you should be replaced. Aaron Sells, ethnic studies. As a 50-year-old South African, I was very lucky to vote in two extremely important elections that brought about the end of apartheid in South Africa. Both were very profound experiences that made me very proud of my birth country. The first, when I was 21, was a referendum asking white South Africans if they supported President de Klerk's reform to end apartheid. It was a resounding yes, with a 68.7% of votes supporting the reforms to end apartheid. This led to our first ever democratic election when I was 23. All South Africans participated, and Nelson Mandela became the president of our new South Africa, winning an impressive majority. He was an extraordinary person who, after 27 years of imprisonment, was still a leader for all and an advocate for tolerance and inclusiveness. As a child, I attended a whites-only school, as schools then were segregated, until 1994. 38 years after school desegregation in this country. Also, I received a very white-centric education, for example, learning about European history, but no African history. I moved to the States when I was 33 and became a citizen when I was 38. I had no idea of race relations in this country before moving here, but had made the naive assumption that they were good. I knew of America's segregated past, but thought it was long past and much healed. I definitely thought the people of all races were kind to one another and at least supported the ideal of equality and tolerance for all. Unfortunately, this is not true, and we still have a long way to go, as I learned when I had my party in my Rossmore house. A Black friend of mine had a park about a block away and walked to my house. A white lady slowed her car down alongside him as he walked. She then parked her car in front of my house to watch him come to the front door. He felt intimidated, and I was terribly ashamed and saddened by this incident. I know that change takes many years and much work, but I believe that educating ourselves is a good start. I know that my own education as a child regarding different cultures were very limited, and I regret that. This is why I commend the school board for allowing the adoption of the ethnic studies as an elective. I hope that once
Mrs. Catulli, the timer just went off.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Andrew Combs, ethnic studies class. I am a LASA alum from 2008, and I'm in spring of adding, it must be a typo, I'm in the spring of adding an ethnic studies course to the curriculum. To yourselves, support for social justice standards. Distinguished board and patient readers, I am a ninth grade biology teacher, assistant golf coach, father of two in the district, and proud contributor to this multi-year discussion. Our last WASC report and our continuing community discussion about race, ethnicity, and inclusivity in education has led us to this point. The board has listened to and read the speeches of hundreds of us, hundreds of community members, some claiming to be community members. The students themselves have a near unanimity and illuminating eloquence articulated in a plethora of arguments in favor of both ethnic studies elective, as well as the implementation and need for social justice standards in our schools. We all congratulate and fully support the board's votes to affirm this overwhelming majority opinion of our community. The question many of us wish to see real changes are asking this: how are these standards going to be implemented? Are we simply going to ask teachers to figure the standards out for themselves? What does social justice look like in a biology, physics, or math class? Are administrators going to become experts in social justice in support of those teachers who are willing to do the work? As with many questions, the how comes down to a willingness to invest time and money. This last 16 months has been a challenging time for many, and we all need to refresh and rejoice at the possibility this pandemic may be ending in California. There have been some silver linings to the pandemic, and one of those comes in the form of government funding. It is my understanding there are tens of millions of dollars available to our district that are usable in the name of creating equity in education. It is my hope this district will put substantial portions of this money to use by allowing purveyors of the new standards, administrators and teachers, to become more expert in them. I'd like to propose a tweak to professional development, one more like the medical model where nurses and doctors are reimbursed funds to use in their areas of need for professional development. Let's not say we've checked the social justice box until all teachers and administrators are well trained in social justice. In fact, let's recognize this is not a box that we can check at all. It's an ongoing discussion about how we truly need to be better together in order to ignite.
Mrs. Catulli, that was the timer.
Okay, this other one, this is long also. Kenia Swift. My name is Kenia, former student of Los Alamitos High School who graduated in 2020. I transferred to this district my freshman year. I ran track, participated in various clubs, and was a social student throughout high school. While I had wonderful experiences and connected with great students and staff, I had many negative experiences too. I thought the best action I could take was to keep these negative experiences to myself. However, I now understand that speaking up in hopes of a change would benefit those after me is far better than silence. Lately, students have been sharing their experiences of racism and discrimination at this school, so I'd like to share a bit about mine. For a long time, I was scared to openly admit that I got bullied. Throughout high school, many students called me slave to my face as a joke. Students would act as if they had whips in their hands and pretend to lash it towards me. I have been spoken to in a fake and derogatory African accents and even addressed as if I was a creature. The darkness of my skin was focused on by many students, and at least 90% of bullying I received in high school was centered around my skin tone. These are just a few of the experiences I had. It took time to realize that these comments were not friendly or a joke, and that I was not being overly sensitive. This is not normal for a student to receive. However, this was my normal for 4 years. Besides my experience, I've seen other students disrespected and teased because of their race, religion, sexuality, and more. LaSalle, these came from your students, not just white students. And that is why I'm so thankful that students will have an opportunity to take an ethnic studies class. This class and curriculum is a peaceful yet powerful step in the right direction while addressing ignorance and creating space for inclusivity. As my former teacher, Mr. Kennedy stated, this class is meant to break through the four walls of the classroom to create a positive impact that goes beyond the classroom, giving students a greater understanding and history involving races and ethnicities, cultures, and beliefs that are present in our country and in our school district is necessary for normalizing and celebrating our differences.
Really, that was the timer.
Thank you. Okay, now, Chris, you take that.
Yes, okay. Mark Ang, I oppose the ethnic studies curriculum. I oppose the ethnic studies curriculum when Oak Middle School is giving out assignments like, why am I a racist? It is clearly a misnomer to call it ethnic studies curriculum. How about calling it what it is? Ethnic division curriculum. Through research, we have found the curriculum used includes way more radical elements than is apparent on surface. That's why you guys ripped out 2 pages from it before approving. There's an underlying connection with political special interest groups pushing radical and divisive ideology, that cannot be divorced and can be seen as tolerance.org. In addition, LoSal math achievement is at 45% at or above grade level. That's abysmal when compared to Irvine at 70%. Can we focus on academics and not on race baiting? No on adopting this divisive, self-esteem lowering curriculum. And this is DJ, a military appreciation. Hi, I am a student from McCulloch Middle School, and I am writing this because I noticed a lack of military appreciation in our school. And that is disappointing considering we are a military town. One thing I would like to say is that our school wasn't even doing anything until me and my friend emailed them. And then it was just a copy posted piece of paper with a QR code and ribbons were added to the fence. My friend who is in ASB wanted to write letters to vets and people overseas, but was turned down. I feel like our school did the bare minimum, but it has spent much more energy and time on Abilities Awareness Week. Today, I saw a great poster and a flyer about LGBTQ fundraisers. This is disappointing and gives me the impression our school is more worried about trends than the men and women who died for our country. So next year, please do more for our military that served and protect and made our country free. Peter Polonis, adoption of curriculum. Members of the board, thank you deeply for your continued efforts in looking after our well-being and our health. Meeting in person at the school board is most certainly so much more dangerous than going to the grocery store or other venues due to COVID and other safety concern. Your efforts to keep us parents and members of the community blind and quiet are truly appreciated. You have shown us your true intentions and purpose by treating us as toddlers without a right to speech and a right to express our concerns if they may disagree with our enlightened goals. Once more, a heartfelt thank you for your genuine efforts. They are indeed very honorable and trustworthy. Sincerely, Peter Polonis. Harriet Reed, new curriculum. I feel the community is being confused by the board and Pulver on purpose. You posted the Southern Poverty Law Center social justice standards with a specified time for the community to review them. Then a few days before the board meeting, you removed 2 pages that contain the tolerance.org website and said it wasn't part of what you were proposing. This is a bait and switch. Then during the last board meeting, Diana Hill raised concerns about some wording in it. And Pulver commented that the wording may have to remain due to copyright issues. How can you remove 2 pages and avoid possible copyright issues, but not be able to change a few words? If the entire document has a copyright, how can you change any of it? I believe this is a bait and switch because you have secretly, but not so secretly, voted for all the material on the tolerance.org website because it is part of the entire copyrighted document. Another point of confusion with the community is that you have made everyone comfortable with the ethnic studies course because it is only an elective and easily avoided. What you didn't tell them is that the State Board of Education was soon to vote to make this class mandatory, which they did in March. While you continue to perpetuate the myth of this course simply being an elective, the State Assembly also voted to make this course mandatory. As this marches its way through the state government, when will you all be honest with the community and let them know these decisions currently being made may soon affect every graduating senior in the school district? The next point of confusion involves the social justice standards. You have not been clear on the facts that these standards, which you claim are not standard, as the name implies, will be taught to every child in every grade in every subject. lesson plans for these standards are on the tolerance.org website, which you complain you are not approving. Nicholas Jahal, LoSal alumni who is voicing support for ethnic studies course. Understanding other cultures is important in developing well-rounded students and citizens. This one is should be optional under name, ethnic studies course. This material being used in the ethnic studies course for 11th and 12th grades does not focus on the contributions from various ethnic and racial groups. Instead, this class is critical race theory. The school board and Pulver have denied teaching critical race theory, but with the listed goals and material, the new course appears more like a bait and switch. This course is not about actual contributions, but a lot of theory, which is not fact. What is white privilege really? The most dangerous and damaging theory opinion component of this course. This divides us by race and ethnicity. This attributes evils to white people just because of the color of their skin, as in fact racist. This stifles the potential of minority groups because the color of their skin, something they cannot change, is in fact racist. You say identify is connected to our history and histories. We're all individuals with the right to make our lives what we want. We are not bound by the past. You say these systems channel power and can be restrictive or empowering. How systems are restrictive is perception, not fact. We live in a great country with the right to vote, fail or succeed, and run for office. You say the ways in which identities are interconnected and cannot be examined separately. This is opinion, not fact. You say the liberatory process through consciousness and agency of uncovering, reclaiming, revaluing, and maximizing the potential of one's humanity in opposition to oppression and dehumanization. Who is devaluing or dehumanizing anyone today? If you believe there's oppression and dehumanization in this country, then this is critical race theory. You say students create a public service announcements that encourages teenagers to repudiate the use of stereotypes in their daily lives. Maureen Flaherty, critical race theory. Critical race theory curriculum should not be taught in schools because it teaches students to discriminate against each other instead of build each other up. With CRT ideology, innocent people are accused of being racist. Have we not learned anything from history? The same type of behavior happened during the Salem witchcraft trials when innocent people were accused of being witches. Where did that leave us? People were on trial without due process and hung if they didn't admit to being a witch. With CRT now, are we going to have to admit we are racist? If we don't admit we were racist, then what? Stand trial without due process of law and be hung? Be honest with yourself. There is a better way to have all races honor each other. Think about the famous quote by Martin Luther King Jr. Darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out hate. Only love can do that. Nicole Suffel, Proposed Ethnic Studies Textbook. Firstly, I would like to thank all of you for approving the Ethnic Studies course and for adopting the K-12 social standards, as I think these things should be very important steps for our community and our nation in general. I have been reading the proposed textbook for the Ethnic Studies class, and I fully support the adoption of this material. I think it may be a surprise for many people as it doesn't have the same familiar slant that we Americans are used to that always tells only about our country's actions in a positive light. However, it is important in that it is telling a truth from a different, unbiased view, and one that needs to be learned, and one that includes all the various people who helped build our country. As a white person, it does not make me feel guilty or make me hate myself or other white people, but it does make me realize how many things I was never taught when I or my two daughters attended Los Al High School. It makes me realize that there are a lot of bad things that happened in the past that cost many human beings their dignities, their livelihoods, and their lives. We cannot change these facts by trying to hide them or by refusing to teach them. However, hopefully, we can make our country better by teaching the history of all people of various ethnicities, cultures, races, etc., who helped build this nation, and by teaching our young people that everyone should be treated equally with kindness. We are all in this together, and I certainly hope to see more of these types of classes, and even more importantly, more incorporation of this type of material into regular classes by the time my two sons attend Los Al High in several years. Thank you again for standing up for what we believe is best for our children, our community, and ultimately our nation. S. Song. Stop critical race theory. Stop critical race theory. You are destroying our children's God-given love for humanity with your evil teachings of segregation. We must protect our children and grandchildren from the brainwashing of our children's perception of each other so mankind can coexist in healthy relationships. Red and yellow, black and white, we are all precious in God's sight. Please do not blaspheme what God has made. Children, stop your critical race theory. Our children and grandchildren must not be subject to your brainwashed red and yellow, black and white. We are all precious in God's sight. Your CRT will serve to destroy our children's perception of each other and love for humanity. Nathan Searles. Subject of items 12A, 12B. Honorable Board and President Davidson, Superintendent Pulver. Good evening. My name is Nathan Searles and my daughter is a middle school student in the district. I am writing in support agenda items 12A and 12B regarding ethnic studies elective, its curriculum, including proposed textbook and supplemental materials. Before I address, I want to thank you for your support and passing of the social justice standards. As to the ethnic studies elective, I find it troubling that anyone would object to the materials that have been presented, can only assume that person denies the important truths in the works. Within the curriculum, it is critical that this board also dispel the false belief that teaching only the positive contributions of ethnic identified groups or persons will sufficiently educate our students. We all know this country and state were not natively inhabited by my Western European ancestors, yet systematically for centuries, our skin tone has given me and my ancestors unequal opportunity to succeed and made others losers for not their failures, but for the lack of opportunity. We must teach the full ethnic experience to understand this completely. This curriculum is not to teach students that a difference in ethnic group should cause division, but to understand the complexities of ethnic groups, their histories, and their interactions. This course will not teach that a white or any other ethnic group's student is wrong or guilty or something by being of their ethnic group, but of the past that we face still today. By offering this elective course, textbook, and supplemental materials, our students will have the opportunity to understand the ethnic history of our state, country, and the world. That simply is a result we should advance. On you, Mr. Fayette.
Thank you, Board Member Forehand. Anonymous due to fear. April board meeting. The April 27th school board meeting was something I hope I never experience again. When I arrived to a large crowd that got bigger by the minute, I quickly figured out who was for the curriculum because they were mostly wearing all purple, while the other people weren't. Plus, they were holding up signs that they were for it, and also some that called people racist and white supremacists. My assumption was solidified when I saw and heard a teacher from the Los Alamitos High School coaching students to tell the board that they were in favor of this. Then Antifa showed up dressed in black and purple, and when they started communicating with the other people in purple, I assumed they were all together. By the time we made it into the room in the back, because the other room was full, I was glad because I was starting to be uncomfortable outside. On the video feed, I was watching one of the students tell the board what the teacher told them to say, and it struck me as odd that a teenager of that age would need coaching about their individual thoughts. A little later, Antifa came into the room I was in and surrounded one of the parents that wasn't wearing purple. There was at least 8 or 10 of them, and it was very scary to be in something like this at a board meeting. I was so frightened. I left as soon as I could without drawing attention to myself. I couldn't get to my car fast enough, but I didn't feel like I wanted to run like I was scared. I made it to my car and left the parking lot, but I didn't feel safe until I got home. When I told my husband about it, he was furious that I had been put in that kind of danger. A few days later, I saw an article in one of the local papers they give for free at our house. There was a picture on the front page of the students making signs at school, and I wonder if they do this stuff on school time when they're supposed to be learning useful subjects. This is not why I send my children to school. Students should be able to form their own thoughts. That didn't happen here. Were the students given both sides so they could form an opinion or indoctrinated?
It's time, Mr. Platt.
David Chen, Ethnic Studies Curriculum. Thank you to the district leaders and teachers and distinguished board members for the time and effort put into crafting the material to be used in the high school ethnic studies elective. Seeing all the attention the ethnic studies elective has received truly underscores why ethnic studies is imperative for our community. For too long, stories of other cultures that have been here before and since the founding of America have been ignored. My family and I are Chinese American, and I am excited and proud that my 2 children will finally learn the history of how we and other ethnic groups have contributed to help shape what America is today. I had a chance to review the curriculum, and this passage from the book, A Different Mirror, Ronald Tecate, states it eloquently. I have come to see that my story reflects the story of multicultural America, a story of disappointments and dreams, struggles and triumphs, and identities that are separate but also shared. We must remember the histories of every group, for together they tell the story of a nation peopled by the world. As the time approaches when all Americans will be minorities, we face a challenge, not just to understand the world, but to make it better. A Different Mirror studies the past for the sake of the future. I strongly support the ethnic studies curriculum. Thank you. Marissa Mendoza, ethnic studies. Our students need ethnic studies in their high school curriculum. Please pass so we all have all voices of our colorful history heard and taught. Jennifer Hasty, ethnic studies. Hi, my name is Jennifer Hasty, and I am a Los Alamitos resident. I disapprove of the ethnic studies course using biased materials and the social justice standards being used in the framework for K-12 instruction and staff development. The material include Learning for Justice, formerly Teaching Tolerance, information, which is the project of the Southern Poverty Law Center. The Southern Poverty Law Center is a biased organization that promotes critical race theory. It is my opinion that the district should be using materials from neutral sources, not from organizations that have implicit bias and agendas. Since it seems that the district will be introducing one-party politics into the classroom with the social justice standards that were approved by the Board of Trustees, will parents have the ability to interview their student's teacher as to their personal ideology and to what extent they will using the social justice standards? How will the district handle teachers that go beyond the approved standards and use the supplemental information found on the Learning for Justice website? Sekola Elliott, ethnic studies. My name is Sekola Elliott, and I am a parent in this district. I am writing in full support of the ethnic studies course curriculum and would like to thank the board for moving forward. The world needs more understanding, more compassion, and more love. Nearly every minority group is fighting to stop hate, making ethnic studies vital for so many reasons. I have come to know and experience social justice work as reflective. In no way is this work intended to teach white students how to hate themselves or teach Black students how to be a victim. These standards will allow students the opportunity to challenge or get curious about the lens they see life through and open themselves up to learn and explore more about other people. I hope that this is just the start in Los Alamitos, because real change is visible and you owe it to every student in the district. Equity is intentional because, as you can see, change is not something that we want to stumble upon. We have to decide that we want to live in an equitable world and take actions towards that decision daily. With that being said, I hope that the board and the Los Alamitos community will continue to lead this change with your words, your actions, and your commitment to this world. Thank you. Janelle Cofield, Ethnic Studies. My name is Janelle Cofield, and I am a parent of a 6th grader in the district. I am writing in full support of the Ethnic Studies course curriculum and would like to thank the board for moving forward. This is awesome and so needed. Looking forward to all the change we will see for the betterment of this community. Juan Romero, Mandatory Critical Race Theory Ethnic Studies. My grandfather came here from Mexico because the Mexican government is corrupt and they do not give their people opportunity for great achievement. The United States of America does. My grandfather did not teach my mother to speak Spanish because she is American and Americans speak English in his mind. I am offended every time someone assumes I speak Spanish based upon my skin color and appearance, and critical race theory, ethnic studies, indoctrinates children to make even more disgusting assumptions about others. I am an individual with various types of ancestors. How dare you let a Marxist book writer with their own prejudice determine my truth? It is wrong. Furthermore, I heard an adult Black man speak in favor of critical race theory ethnic studies because he had just learned about contributions of a Black man during the revolutionary period of our country, and he thinks it is wrong that he didn't learn this in school. Yes, it is wrong, but that is the utter failure of our American history classes. Teach history. Teach the contributions of many types of people as part of the subject to which they contributed: science, the arts, history, etc. Don't segregate, divide, and define us by ethnicity. I also heard a white woman so distraught over no ethnic studies when, by golly, there are Asians and Africans and Hispanics all over her street. Well, why doesn't this woman go and actually meet her neighbors and learn about them as individuals with separate and distinct personalities and histories, and stop forming opinions based upon their opinion on their appearance? I'm so tired of the reasons people are using to push racists and bigotry on our children through the public school education. What happened to judging people by the content of their character and not the color of their skin, or their content of their character and not their sexual preference? Each one of you as an individual, not as a school board group, will be held accountable for your decisions. Thank you. Haley Elliott, Ethnic Studies. My name is Haley Elliott, and I am a student at the high school. I am writing in full support of the Ethnic Studies course curriculum. I'd like to thank the board for moving forward. Thank you. Jamie Garcia, inclusion of ethnic studies component to the school curriculum. As an alumni of the LAUSD educational system from first grade until high school graduation, it would be of tremendous importance to prioritize the inclusion of ethnic studies to better reflect the demographics of the school district. The inclusion of a course such as this will teach all students to learn to respect, accept, and love each other and themselves. Students should be encouraged to think critically about the importance of race, ethnicity, location, and identity as it exists in history and in the current day. Tina Cole, Ethnic Studies and Social Justice Standards. Parents, please listen. I have stopped talking to the board because I've determined that they don't care about the children. What I have to say is to wake you up to what is happening. The critical race theory that the Los Alamitos School Board wants to implement is poison to children, all children. The entire school district will be infested from it, from the staff and teachers down to the smallest child. The school board has voted to expose children to an ideology that supports the idea that America is systematically racist. that all white people are responsible for this racism due to white supremacy and white privilege, regardless of the age, and as a result, all of America must be torn down and reimagined. But reimagined to what is the only question I've had. Dr. Pulver and the school board has said that they believe you, the community of Los Alamitos, want children to be taught this ideology. They have said that the majority of people in this community agree with the curriculum they have voted in, but I don't believe them. If it were true that the community agrees, why did they try to hide it? If this curriculum is so wonderful, why didn't they send a notice to everyone in the community to let them know about the wonderful, life-changing curriculum they wanted to implement? Please ask yourself this question. At every turn, this board, along with Pulver, has sought to keep you in the dark about what is truly happening. They made the rollout very complicated purposefully to keep you off balance. They don't want you to understand what and how this all will be implemented, or more importantly, how it'll affect all the children of the district. I urge you to join the fight to ensure that this curriculum never sees the light of day. Don't wait until children are harmed. Get rid of the Pulver and the board now. And now I believe I turn it over to Dr. Pulver.
Yes, you do. Thank you very much, Mr. Fayette. The next comment, I think it's comment number 61, is from Chloe. I'm a kid. Subject, my friends. Hi, I'm in 4th grade. My friends that go to Weaver and McGaw told me that teachers are telling them that they are racist. I don't know why you want to hurt me and my friends. You are hurting us and my friends. People are already calling each of us names, and I don't want to be in a mean place like this. Why don't you care, and how can this be good for us to learn? I am sad, and our friends like each other. We don't care about our colors that you are making us do. Next comment is P the Patriot, critical race theory, the subject. I'm opposed to critical race theory, ethnic studies course, and the curriculum that you plan to use. This class has been sold as a way for students to learn about ethnicities and cultures other than their own. A chance for students to learn more about each other so that there will be less racism and more tolerance. The curriculum you are proposing will not achieve this goal. Any course wrapped in critical race theory will teach students racism, intolerance, and self-hatred. It teaches children to hate their country and to find fault with white people. It teaches minorities that they are victims, that there is no escape from the victimization. What a burden for the poor students. The book you chose is a great version of How to Hate America and reflects typical critical race themes. Our students deserve even more effort from you. There must be other books that give factual and inclusive information of our country, and its founding facts are important and should be important to you too. America made plenty of mistakes since its inception, but she's done some awesome things, which is why so many subject themselves or their children to possible abuse or even death to come here illegally. Are white people dying to come here? Then there's social justice standards that will not cure anyone of racism or bias. In fact, I think they have the opposite effect and enhance racist and biased attitudes. These are polarizing ideas and are not welcome in most communities. Why our community would be any different is a mystery to me. The entire country is up in arms over this. As more of the parents wake up to this Marxist ideology, you will find your job getting tougher by the day. I hope you've seen the number of school boards and other personnel that have been replaced because of it. I don't think this community will be any different. Next comment, Anita, think of all is the name submitted. Please be part of the solution is the subject. Please be part of the solution that promotes respectfulness from all tools versus voting for the problem that promotes racism through critical race theory teachings. Please look at this from an objective perspective. Given God is watching, all of you vote, and please vote too, so you are part of the solution that promotes respectfulness from all and to all instead of voting for the problem of CRT. And if you are part of the solution, I pray that God rewards each of you appropriately. However, if you're part of the problem that promotes KKK type teachings like critical race theory, I pray for God will punish people who are part of this problem. It's called the law of karma. Amen. Next comment is from Leland J. Thank you for your vote on ethnic studies is the subject. Good evening, Madam President, esteemed members of the board. I would like to extend a sincere and thank you for last meeting's 5-0 approval vote for the elective ethnic studies course at our high school. Many in our community are deeply sorry that you've had to deal with some extremist voices and hostility directed at you by speakers at a local church. Please know that many of us in our community support and appreciate you. Although we may not always agree, no one deserves that sort of treatment. You have my respect and admiration. Sincerely, Leland J. Next speaker is Kay Brower, subject, no to critical race theory. I believe that you all surely must know that it is a terrible thing to even think of doing this to our great children and our great country. This plan is evil and unacceptable. More of us are coming forth and letting you know that this is unacceptable and we will not consider such a damaging project. Stop this immediately. All of you agreed to this should be ashamed of yourselves. If you do proceed with this, we will do everything possible to stop this. You will be voted out of your positions, never to be in office again. Shame, shame, shame on all of you. Next comment is Tia Linda, the subject, parents and students do not consent. We as parents and students do not consent to the wearing of masks, remote learning, social distancing, chemical hand sanitizers, or TITO, also race theory being taught as well. We do not consent at all. Next comment is from Arlene Roepke and parents insulted. This is a short version of the letter. Dear Dr. Pulver, attached is the current invitation sent out to the community. Please look at it. It again calls the parents who are opposed to using the specific social justice standards produced by SLP after researching the contents, right-wing extremists, and our students are under attack. If you have been listening to the parents and community who have come before you, you know that they are expressing their individual opinions. How offensive is it to the community of inquiring minds to be labeled as a hate group and attacking the children? And even worse is the children who have come before you have been told the same lie. They are told to come and bring signs of love, indicating that the others are hateful people trying to deny them learning about cultural differences and compassion. You know that is not correct. In fact, you have heard from parents who agree that the history curriculum should be expanded to include the attributes of many cultures that make up America. The need to add more lessons of the unfair treatments of the now lumped together people of color. Most parents are not opposed to your statement. Our intent is to bring students and communities with diverse backgrounds together by affirming their identities, stories, and contributions. They are not opposed to adding knowledge to the curriculum. The opposition is centered solely on this particular social justice standards project produced by the Southern Poverty. The grassroots attempt at a town hall meeting to educate the community to do research has been derailed by an article first put out on Sunday, April 25th by the Orange County Register. Without facts, a narrative that it was a well-funded outside activist group was put forth. You have repeated a similar narrative to newspapers and in your email of April 25th to approximately 10,000 families. The attached flyer went out to the neighborhood and Antifa showed up in response to the threatening right-wing extremists. I did not see any right-wing extremists. I saw many parents and citizens, your stakeholders. You have told us there would be no cancel culture going out there. And that's the time. The next comment is Miss M, and the subject is critical race theory indoctrination. Why are you not doing Zoom meetings for safety? I have been down there 3 times. You do not want to face us? Why are you not listening to us parents? We have told you repeatedly that this underlying theory has no basis in fact and will teach kids that there are only 2 groups, oppressors and victims. How dare you position the minds of our kids to teach them to hate each other and themselves to consider themselves a victim with a target to hate? How is this going to bring unity, but division? Our kids need to have biblical character, love, joy, compassion, kindness, generosity, hard work, determination, patience, peace, self-control, etc. This is what will determine whether they are successful in the greater country on earth, not your hate victim ideology. This is sheer communist indoctrination, and yet this board continues on with its radical communist hate message. We are infuriated and will throw all of you out if this continues on. I do not care how much you are paying those communist race baiter haters that you call educators that are putting together this nonsense. They must be fired or you will go too. Sincerely, an infuriated American patriot, God-fearing, child-loving human. Next comment is from Emilio Garcia, this description in support of ethnic studies. I'm writing you today to express my fervent support of the inclusion of an ethnic studies course at Los Alamitos High School. I'm a proud graduate of the Los Alamitos Unified School District system, having attended kindergarten through senior year of high school at Los Al schools. I was a brown body, and I can honestly say the education I received was excellent. My teachers pushed me to excel, my counselors cared for my future, and my administrators challenged me with roles in student leadership. While my learning and growth felt exponential each year, there were also instances that now in retrospect, the Los Alamitos Unified School District curriculum was woefully underprepared to address. At LAE, my third grade teacher taught me how to multiply and divide by creating a week-long curriculum that culminated in a free pizza from Amici's. The same year, I was starting to realize that I was one of the only students in my grade with dark skin. But I did not want to look so different, so I started walking around with my palms facing outward so my dark forearms wouldn't get any darker. At McAuliffe in sixth grade, when I was struggling in my honors math class, I went every week to after-school tutoring offered by the math department. Thanks to my teacher's patience and my diligence, I ended that year with my first B. That would also be the first year one of my friends would call me a beaner. It wouldn't be the last. It was at Los Alamitos High School and in my Spanish courses that for the first time I felt intellectual curiosity around my identity to be nourished. In my AP Spanish literature classes, I read works by Latin American authors and poets and engaged in Socratic discussions to understand them. These moments illustrate the contrast in how my academic education was receiving attention, but the aspect of my identity was lacking inclusion. I didn't understand why I wanted my skin to be lighter. I knew I didn't like being called a beaner, but I didn't know why. I yearned to learn more about the histories of other minority groups in the United States, and an ethnic studies course, though not a panacea, would have given me the tools to critically assess my own experiences and to conceptualize how it fit into a broader American landscape. With an increasingly multicultural population in our schools, cities, and country, and the time has come up. And the remaining comments, I'm going to hand it back over to you, Madam President, Ms. Davidson.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Pulver. Joel Block, item 12B, textbook. I'm pleased to compliment the district on the selection of the textbook authored by Ronald Takaki, A Different Mirror for Young People, A History of Multicultural America. I am a former human resources administrator in the Chancellor's Office of the California State University and a former part-time teacher of labor and employment law at Cal State University, Dominguez Hills. I feel strongly that this text and the district's ethnic studies course are together a good first step in the necessary preparation of Los Al students for the demographically complex workforce they will be entering. Thank you. Jackie Bond, Student Support for Ethnic Studies Curriculum. My name is Jackie Bond. I'm a senior at Los Alamitos High School, and I'm a strong supporter of the proposed Ethnic Studies course and the social justice standards. The fact that the history of non-white Americans is not already embedded into our history classes or our core curriculum is indicative of the inequality we are trying to eradicate. The European history course at Los Al High School has never been viewed as controversial. Why do we continue to prioritize white culture and white history when 57% of the students at Los Alamitos High School are non-white or biracial? As shown by the hatred directed towards this elective course, there are still people who deny that racism even exists. The existence of racism is not something to be debated. It is something to acknowledge and collectively fight against, which I fully believe is the intent of this course. This course and this curriculum is not about pitting students against one another. It is about giving a voice to the students who have been repeatedly told that their voices don't matter. I firmly believe that no one is born racist. Racism is learned from family members, friends, and school. By not actively trying to dispel racism in our schools, we are teaching to kids that racism is tolerable, that it is okay to put others down if it means you maintain your privilege. But in passing the social justice standards, implementing this course, and standing strong in the face of fear-mongering opposition, the Los Alamitos Unified School District is declaring that racism will no longer be overlooked. Change is necessary for improvement. We are ready for change. The many student voices of support are proof of that. Please listen closely to the students tonight. Hear our stories and prove to us that our voices matter. And finally, John Doe, support for ethnic studies class. As a white male student, I feel the need to come out in support for the ethnic studies class and wish it had been adopted earlier. 2 years earlier, however, I would have opposed this measure, not only out of hatred, but out of ignorance. I was not aware of how my actions negatively affected those at the school. I was under the impression that if I made edgy humor, I was not offending or upsetting anyone, but rather, and anyone who was offended missed the point and was a duck so boy SJW. In hindsight, I now know that there is nothing funny about calling my friends fags or making fun of my Mexican friend for being illegal. If I could take it back, I would. But at the time, I did not realize, even though they told me that it was all right to make these jokes, that I was negatively impacting them. It wasn't until I saw that LaSalle Can't Silence Us Instagram that I truly realized these were not things to joke about, and I should be more careful with my words. I feel like if I had an ethnic studies class as a freshman or sophomore, I wouldn't have made these jokes that made LaSalle such a toxic environment, because I was never hateful, more so ignorant of the harm is what I said and how it could cause harm for others. And that concludes our comments. There were 73, and we thank you for submitting them to the district. And we obviously heard and will consider all of them. I would like to correct one statement. Our decision to go virtual was not based on COVID. It was based on advice from the law enforcement and our local police department. We received numerous letters from all sides of the spectrum about students, and you heard some of the stories tonight, not feeling safe, whether they were students or adults. The police advised us that the best way to keep people safe was to go virtual, and that was why we made the decision. It was not about COVID. The only part COVID played in this was it forced us to socially distance in our meetings, creating a wide spread of people across the district campus. So we thank you for hearing our side of the story, and we thank you for your comments. We now move on to information and presentations. We will be going virtually to, I see her, Mrs. Melissa Davis, who will do a presentation of the Local Control and Accountability Plan, LCAP. Welcome, Melissa.
Good evening. Thank you, President Davidson, members of the board, Dr. Pulver, and community members. It is my pleasure to be able to present to you tonight the Local Control Accountability Plan, also known as the LCAP. Next slide. So the LCAP is a document that we restart engaging our stakeholders in over every 3 years. So this is the brand new 3-year cycle for us. We're just coming off of our previous LCAP. So this 21-22 LCAP that we're going to review tonight will really be the frame for our next 3 years. When we talk about the LCAP, there's 2 different components. There's the LCAP, which is the actual plan, and there's our local control funding formula, or our LCFF dollars, which is the money we receive to go along with the plan. So the plan is really a document that really outlines our goals and actions, which we'll go over tonight, that we intend to increase or maintain our achievement and our social emotional growth of second language learners, our foster youth students, as well as our socioeconomically disadvantaged students. Next slide. Next slide, please. So the purpose of the LCAP is really to address our 8 state priorities with actions and services that really target the spending of our LCFF supplemental dollars. In LaSalle, our LCFF supplemental dollars represent about 3% of our overall annual operating budget. To ensure that our supplemental monies are spent on our numerically significant subgroups of students, which are considered our low income, foster youth, English learners, and our redesignated English learners. In Los Alamitos, this represents about 19% of our overall student population. And when we talk about that 19%, it's really our unduplicated count. So our unduplicated count means a student that could be in multiple categories, for example, a low income student as well as a foster youth student. If there are more than one category, we only count them once. Next slide, please. So there's 2 types of funding, as I mentioned earlier. There's our LCFF base funding and there's our LCFF supplemental dollars. Our base funding is really the money that we receive from the state on our average daily attendance. So it's really 4 different categories of money depending on the grade span that we receive. In addition to that base funding, our LCFF supplemental dollars is the money that the district receives based off of our unduplicated count of foster youth, English learner, and low-income students. And that money is really targeted to specifically those areas. So in 2021, this current year, our LCFF supplemental dollars are about $3 million that we've received to support those students within our LCAP. For the 21-22 school year, our projected LCFF funds is about $3,262,000, which we will address in our 3 different goals of the LCAP of how we plan on spending those funds. And once again, that LCFF supplemental represents about 19% of our unduplicated count of students. Next slide, please. So to kind of give you just a visual of the supplemental funding, so our overall base funding that we receive within the LCAP is the 90 million. And then when we look at the supplemental funding, that about 3.2 million, it really is a small piece of our overall budget of funding that we receive. And so the plan of the LCAP, which we'll go over next, really addresses how we're going to spend that 3.2 million. Next slide, please. So the state of California gives us 8 state priorities. The areas of basic services, Common Core state standards, course access, student achievement, other student outcomes, parental involvement, student engagement, and school climate. Within these 8 state priorities, as in LoSal, we really capture them into 3 overarching goals. So we really put them in 3 categories, with goal 1 being really exemplary teaching and learning, goal 2, exemplary student outcomes, and goal 3, exemplary connections. So if you've reviewed our LCAP, you'll see that we have the 3 different goals, and then we specifically drill down within those 3 goals to address the state priorities, but also to really address the actions and services of how we're going to support our students. Next slide, please. So this process is a year-long process, and we reached out to a lot more stakeholders this year, being a brand new 3-year cycle of the LCAP that we're drafting. And so it all really started back in August of 2020, so last summer, where the Orange County Department of Education provides multiple trainings and meetings just on the development of your LCAP. And then we've had 3 district advisory committee meetings that we've held, where we've talked about messaging, our stakeholder engagement, share out the survey results, as well as reviewing that final draft of the LCAP. In addition, all of our stakeholders, staff and community members received an LCAP survey around our 8 state priorities in March, that we take all of that feedback and really drill down to some of the common themes or areas that seem to be an area of need or concern across all of our stakeholders. And we really use that to draft or revise any of our goals within the LCAP. So the purpose, the LCAP document was made available to all of our stakeholders on May 18th. We did send out a draft of it, as well as a Google form for the community and staff to provide additional input. And then tonight is our board presentation, as well as a public hearing after this. And then the board will seek board approval for the LCAP at the June 22nd meeting. Next slide, please. So our first goal is exemplary teaching and learning. Next slide. Within goal 1, just a brief summary of our actions and services. The areas that we really address is professional development, instructional materials, educational technology, intervention, math support, English language arts support, instructional support services, and Griffin connections. So within all of these are kind of the broad overall actions. And then if you review the LCAP, you'll see that we kind of give specific descriptions within each of these areas of kind of the plan that we have in place, or looking to put in place next year, to really address to support students. Next slide, please. So in the LCAP in LoSal, we really, even though it's a new 3-year cycle, it doesn't mean we completely throw out our former plan. So any items or actions or services that we were doing in our initial LCAP from the last 3-year cycle kind of rolls over. So within this new 3-year LCAP cycle, we are really addressing, we have written in for the 21-22 school year, additional professional development by means of Kite Learning, which is an online professional development system or service for our staff. Music First, which is an educational technology program to assist students. A Brain Pop for English language learner students. And then also our Griffin Connection summer program. Next slide, please. So goal 2 is really talking about exemplary student outcomes. Next slide. So goal 2, summary of actions and services, we really address our district benchmark and our collaboration time, our increase in A through G completion, the increase in AP, CTE, and or dual enrollment course completion. We talk about our co-teaching model, our career technical education or CTE and Project Lead the Way, as well as our robotics. Next slide. New in this 3-year cycle is really, we talk about from our former LCAP, how we've transitioned from the ICA or IAB assessments to our customized district benchmarks that we've really worked with our staff to develop. In addition, increasing AP or CTE and dual enrollment course completion, just in alignment with the board goals of every student completing either an advanced placement, career technical education, and or dual enrollment course while in high school. Next slide. Goal 3, our final goal, really talks about exemplary connections. And for us, that really encompasses the 4 A's, the athletics, activities, academics, and the arts. Next slide. So specifically in goal 3, a summary of actions and services talks about student engagement, parent engagement, student safety, student mental health and social emotional well-being, and maintaining a safe, healthy, and drug-free learning environment. Next slide. So we really had the most to add in our new 3-year cycle of the LCAP within goal 3. So under student engagement, we have the Challenge Success program that we'll be rolling out next school year. Student safety addresses the restorative practices and the training that staff have received and will continue to receive, as well as our cyber safety and our human relations intervention and education programs. And then the largest goal that we really, or action or service, I should say, that we added within goal 3 is really our student mental health and social emotional well-being for all students. And so that's the increase of mental health staff and supports, as well as additional counseling. And we have it all outlined within the goal 3 actions and services within the LCAP if you have a chance to review it. So maintaining a safe and healthy drug-free learning environment. We just talked about the CPR certification, the nicotine cessation courses. And so while the 3 goals seem kind of broad in here, if the LCAP document itself really is an all-encompassing document that goes, it encompasses a review of our former LCAP, our annual update as far as how we have what we said we were going to do in the last 3-year cycle, how we've addressed it, and what if we've met our metrics in moving forward. It also addresses our stakeholder engagement. It gives a description of our 3 goals, as well as our budgeted action expenditures that we have within each of those. And in LoSal, our overall arching approach to the LCAP is really just around best first instruction for all students. And so while we have this as a framework in the LCAP, every year it is a little fluid in the sense that there's different needs that come up. And so even though this is a 3-year document that'll go through 2024, this really is an opportunity every year for us to go back and refine these overarching goals that we have within the LCAP to how we can really service students and support students. Next slide. So an additional piece to the LCAP is a new plan called the Expanded Learning Opportunities Grant Plan, or the ELO, which is also on the board agenda for approval tonight. And this is a plan that explains how the district will use funds that it receives to implement a learning recovery program for students, kind of as a result of the pandemic. So the grant funds that we receive will be used to provide supplemental instruction and support to students, including those identified as needing academic, social, emotional, or any other supports, including the meals and snacks for students. So this grant is funds that we receive, approximately $5.9 million that Los Alamitos Unified will be receiving. And these grant funds have to be spent by August 31st, 2022. Next slide. So within the ELO grant plan, there's 4 areas they really ask us to describe or to talk about. So what was our stakeholder engagement? What did that look like? Lucky for us, that kind of mirrored our LCAP. When we found out about this in March, we were able to incorporate and reach out to different stakeholders and able to through our DAC meetings and stuff, engage them in the process. How students will be identified as the needs of students, and the needs of students will be assessed. And so for us, that's really our district benchmarks just as one measure. How will parents and guardians be informed of the opportunities for instruction and support? So through our ongoing communication, our summer opportunities and summer programs, as well as other intervention programs and stuff moving into next school year. And then our district's plan to provide instruction and support. So really for us in these 4 areas, our Expanded Learning Opportunities Grant really does mirror our LCAP goals and actions. So it's kind of an expansion on that. And we'll be partnering and working with working to kind of outline those going forward into the next school year as well. Next slide, please. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Melissa, that was fantastic. We are now, oh, sorry, Meg, go ahead, sorry.
And I
Lots of
think
questions.
Scott has a question. No, Mrs. Davis, I just wanted to check when we were talking about the tutoring and the support for our students who may need that because of the last year we've been through. Are we talking K-12? Are we talking just high school, middle school? Could you please expand upon that a little bit?
Absolutely. So the funds in the Expanded Learning Opportunities Grant really go to support all of our students, TK-12. So we'll be working in collaboration with all staff in that area, but no, it does go to support all students.
I guess I'll speak since I'm unmuted. Thank you. Very nice presentation. My curiosity, new guy question is, those goals all sound really great and well thought out. Do we get like an actual dollar breakdown, I guess is what I'm asking.
Yes, so at the end of the 21-22 school year, part of the LCAP for the following year is the annual update portion. So attached to tonight's agenda, there was actually 3 components: an annual update, a budget overview for parents, as well as the 21-22 LCAP. And so the annual update typically is embedded within the LCAP, but because we did not have an LCAP in the 2021 school year, it ended up being a separate document. But if you were to review the annual update, you'll see what we have budgeted in one column, and then at the end of the first year, we'll go back and actually put in actuals, what was actually spent in those, so you can see. And the money within the LCAP, that $3.2 million, while there's different areas that are budgeted, sometimes as you start to roll things out in the plan in the LCAP plan for the following year, some of those funds will, kind of get shifted a little bit depending on actual costs. But no, if you look at the annual update, you can see the actual expenditures for the previous year's budgeted expenditures.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Anybody else? So I just have a specific comment about the use of the grants. Really thank you and thank everyone who applies for these grants. It's a lot of work, and what it does is that money provides opportunities to do these special programs and meet the needs of our students. But it takes a lot of work to get the grants, and then to properly use them takes a whole nother level of planning, and you all have done an excellent job. So thank you. And your presentation was excellent, Melissa. Are there any other questions? Okay, we are now going to gavel out of the board meeting and gavel into a hearing on LCAP. So gavel out, gavel in. Do I have any further comments or discussion for this particular topic?
Madam President, as part of the meeting being virtual, we did give the public the opportunity to comment on our public hearing tonight, specifically on this item, as well as the next one. There were no comments received from the public regarding this item.
Thank you. And the opportunity and ability to understand that this was going to be discussed and presented tonight is on the agenda. So it's another reason to check the agenda carefully. Also to check it for where it says who's paying for what. All of the programs that are paid for by grants are listed, and it's pretty impressive. Okay, we are now moving on to, thank you, Mrs. Davis. Thank you very much.
Madam President, you do need to
Oh,
gavel
gavel.
out of the public hearing and back into our regular meeting.
Okay, I feel very powerful. This is my gavel. Okay, so I'm gaveling out of the hearing and gaveling in back into the board meeting. And we now are going to have a presentation on our proposed annual budget for 2021 and 2022 fiscal year. And Mrs. Galicia is going to do that presentation, so we welcome you.
Thank you very much, Madam President, esteemed members of the board, Superintendent Pulver, and community guests. Thank you very much for having me. I'm really honored to come to this evening to present our proposed 21-22 annual budget. And as you know, this year has been pretty much a roller coaster ride. And even though a year ago, we really did see some really drastic reductions in our proposal as far as negative COLAs, but just a year now, we're looking at a mega COLA, which is very surprising, and it actually a very pleasant surprise to see that happening now with this mega COLA. And although the economy has recovered quickly, and we're hopeful that it continues to recover as we anticipate this new coming year. So historically, in January, the governor does have that capability of presenting his proposal, which we will use as assumptions to develop our 21-22 budget. Then our May revision comes along, and this is his last step of the statutory process in the state budget process to really give us a better look at how the state is producing as far as revenues. This year, the governor's California Comeback Plan has proposed, some really good comeback and a robust federal stimulus funding for all K-12 public education. And so we're seeing some really good growth in the economy. So if we go to the next slide, please. Overall, the governor's May revision does propose 3 different COLAs coming up in the 21-22. Like I mentioned before, I haven't seen in my years a mega COLA, which is, like I said, surprisingly, but very welcome. The mega COLA is composed of basically 3 components. So the 1.7% is the statutory COLA for the 21-22 fiscal year, and it's compounded with the 2021 COLA of 2.31%. In addition, the governor has proposed a 1% increase to the COLA for this one fiscal year of 2021. For special education, he is proposing the statutory COLA of 1.70%, in addition compounding that with the 2021 COLA of 2.31%. Other categorical programs, for example, for us, it would be child nutrition, state preschool, and mandated block grants will have the 1.7% statutory COLA. Next slide. So the overall in the governor proposal for the May revision, like I said, special education does have the 4.05% of COLA. He also proposes an educator workforce program, which is a multi-year package to support initiatives that build a teacher pipeline. This is proposed for 5 years, and it's really for retaining quality teachers. He also proposed childcare, preschool, transitional kindergarten to maintain current spending levels for California state preschools with the intention to achieving universal preschool access for all low-income three-year-olds in California. In addition, community schools, he also proposes a one-time Prop 98 funding over several years to further expand the implementation and use of community school models. Next slide. Child nutrition, he proposes one-time funding to increase LEA participation in federal universal meal programs provisions. Additionally, he proposed one-time funding to provide school kitchen infrastructure upgrades and training for school cafeteria. In student learning, he also proposes a supplemental in-person instruction grant as well as supplemental expanding learning opportunity grants. And then after school and summer programs, he is also proposing one-time no cost for to provide no cost after school and summer programs with a priority of LEAs with the highest concentration of low income students, English learners, and youth in foster care. Unfortunately, this May revision does not provide any additional relief for the continuous increases of CalSTRS and CalPERS. Keep in mind, all of these are just proposals. The May revision is not finalized. They are still negotiations between the two houses, which is the Senate and House. Once the legislature comes up with their version of the state budget, I believe it's on June 15th, then the governor will then approve the budget or sign the budget into law, hopefully by July 1st. Next slide. One wonderful thing that I am really, really happy, it's not 100% entirely what we wanted, and cash flow and deferrals. So The May revision does have a pay down, it does eliminate ongoing deferrals, which were scheduled for February through May of 2022. This does not impact our current deferrals. So currently right now, we do have deferrals for 2021 all the way to June of 2021, which will be paid in we will have some payments in July, August, September, October, all the way to November. But we were expecting some additional deferrals the following year in 2022, and those have been eliminated, with the only exception of having deferrals the last month of June of 2022, which will be paid in July of 2022. So that is good news, but not entirely eliminating all of the deferrals. Next slide. So our multi-year projections. So our estimated actuals for 2021, our STRS rate has still stayed the same. Cost of living adjustment, the COLA, is still 0% for this current fiscal year of 2021. So currently right now we're working on those estimated actuals. And once we close the books in July, by August, we will have those numbers tied a little bit more accurate. Our STRS rate, like I said, is still the same at 16.15%. Our PERS rate is 20.70%. SUI currently this year is 0.05. And our health benefit is 13,638. Our enrollment projections is 9,317. And our projected funded ADA for this year is 9,423. And our projected funding, LCFF funding per ADA is $9,027. So our proposed for 21-22, like I mentioned before, here's a mega COLA of 5.07%. Our STRS rate originally was at 15.92% at second interim, and right now we're anticipating it's anticipated to be at 16.92%, and our PERS rate is at 22.91%. Our SUI, like I mentioned, probably mentioned before, it has increased to 1.23, and that's primarily due to the unemployment that it really skyrocketed this year because of COVID. In the next couple of years, in 22-23, we have received advice from the county office that they anticipate that rate to not continue to be at 1.23, but more like 0.90%. In the 22-23, and then in 23-24, 0.330%. So that's kind of a relief for us. We were anticipating it for it to be 1.23 ongoing, but we've taken that assumption from the county and reduced that rate. Our health benefit costs are continuing to be a 10% increase every year. And our enrollment projections, we continue to do the roll-ups as we normally do, and we still continue to demonstrate a decline in enrollment. Our projected funded ADA, we are still continuing to have a relief for 21-22. Our projected funded ADA is 9,423 for 21-22, and then for 22-23, 8,949 and 8,824 for the 23-24 year. Next slide, please. So I kind of wanted to touch a little bit. I think I mentioned this one on my second interim, but I think it's a very good visual. So we can see exactly where we're going with our CBEDS enrollment, our actual P2 ADA and our funded ADA, and how it's really affecting us in that third year out in the 23-24 year. Actually, in the 22-23 year, that's where we're going to see a huge decline in our funded ADA. So in 1920, as you noticed, our enrollment was 9,696. In 2021, our enrollment went down to 9,317. That's 379 students less. And in 21-22, because of the roll-ups, our projected enrollment is 9,167. I have been working really closely with Dr. Frazier to ensure that our numbers are accurate, and we're hopeful that hopefully those numbers would have been increasing. Even though August, we might see an increase, hopefully, at this particular moment, we're trying to be conservative and assume that those numbers are going to continue to be lower than they were in the previous years. So as you can see in the 2021, we're still hold harmless. Our funded ADA is the same as our actual P2 ADA, which will help us in the 21-22 because our funded ADA is 9,423 because of the hold harmless in 2021. But as you can see in 22-23, we're still declining another 128 students projected. And in 23-24, another 148. This is our worst case scenario. Overall, in the 5 years, we're anticipating, or if our projections are, where hopefully it doesn't quite turn out, but that's 839 cumulative student enrollment decline in a span of 5 years. And that's pretty significant for us. Next slide, please. So if we look at our combined general fund multi-year projections, our total revenues, including LCFF funded, federal and state and local revenues, currently our estimated actuals are projected to be $118 million. We transfer in every year since we opened up our OPEB investment trust, $750,000, which is our normal pay-as-you-go contribution for our retirees' health and welfare contribution amount. We've embedded that into our multi-year projections so we could know that we're pulling that every year. Our total expenditures for estimated actuals is projected at $124 million. Transfers out is $1 million for our deferred maintenance fund. So we're anticipating a deficit spending of $5.7 million. Our beginning balance from prior year was $17 million. So our ending fund balance, once we take our deficit spending, we anticipate to have $11.3 million. We have committed reserves for revolving cash and stores of $148,000. And we've assigned for textbook adoption, LEA and science of $2 million. Our restricted fund balance, and those are the programs that are completely restricted like Title I, Title II, are $1,072,000. And our reserve for economic uncertainties is about $7 million, which is 6%. That leaves us unassigned ending fund balance of $561,000. Total reserve balance is 6.45%. But if we add Fund 17, we would be at 11.02% in this current year as far as our estimated actuals. When we look at 21-22 and we move forward, our total revenues and our expenditures and our one-time textbook adoption, we're anticipating a deficit spending of $2.5 million and our ending fund balance at $8.7 million. Overall, our reserve for unassigned is 6.4%, and when we add Fund 17, we're at 11.18%. These 2 years of 2021 and 21-22 do include all of our state and federal relief funds, our CARES, our American Recovery funds that we've received so far, which is quite significant, but we have to reflect those revenues and those expenditures. When we look at our next 2 years of 22-23, those revenues and expenditures are not there. So which means these 2 years of 2021 and 21-22 are, as you can see, our revenues, our expenditures are much higher than they are in the 2 outward years, primarily because we are including those one-time revenues and one-time expenditures. So in the following 2 years, those one-time revenues and one-time expenditures are not included. And of course, it does not include any salary negotiated amounts that we're still working on. But overall, if you look at our 22-23 and 23-24, does not include any one-time expenditures, one-time revenues. We're at 1.05% in 22-23 and then 4.07%. But if we add Fund 17, we're at 10.11% and 9.15%. So I kind of wanted to go over on our next slide our overall COVID-19 emergency relief funds. We have received quite a bit of those revenues, and we have a lot of expenditures related to COVID-19. Our very first pocket of money that we received was from the CARES, which was the learning loss mitigation, and it consisted of three different pockets of money. So we had the learning loss through Prop 98 of $727,000, the learning loss mitigation of GEAR, which is the government education emergency relief fund of $488,000, and then the learning loss coronavirus relief of $3,049,000. And then the ESSER one, which was $306,000. That was part of the CARES, and we've spent every penny. And then we received the ESSER two as far as the second federal relief funds that President Biden just recently released, as well as ESSER three. We received our estimated allocation of $1.8 million. These two ESSER funds, the one and the two, are not included in our projections for 21-22 just yet because we have not received any money. In the in-person instruction grant, which is $2.8 million, and the expanded learning opportunity grants of $5.9 million, we have received 50% of those funds. That's why we have embedded those revenues and those expenditures in both years of 2021 and 21-22. So next slide. So kind of wanted to give you guys what we've actually used these funds. Like I mentioned before, the ESSER funds, the 306, we've spent it all. And these are the items that we've used these funds for: bottle fillers, paper towel dispensers, soap dispensers, hand sanitizers. As you can see, it's all COVID-related items that we had to incur during this pandemic. The learning loss mitigation Prop 98, it was 727, the balance is 0. We purchased air purifiers, Chromebooks. We had to bring in the drinking fountains, but they had to go through DSA. We purchased multiple face masks, spare laptops, teacher amplification systems, tripods. We've did quite a few of those expenditures as well. And learning loss mitigation, the GEAR funds, we had $488,000. Same thing, we purchased lots of items COVID related, and our balance currently is 0. We purchased outdoor canopies, office supplies for Los Alamitos, Los Al at home staff, tripods, technology accessories, Zoom licenses, disposable face masks, fans, sneeze guards, air purifiers, and so on and so forth. We use the GEAR funds also for the Family First coronavirus paid leaves that employees were awarded in both years currently, and then right now with the new SB 95 guidelines. And next slide. And the bulk of it came from learning loss mitigation, which is about a little over $3 million. And as you can see, this is the bulk of where we spend the funds, and additional Chromebooks, Chromebook cards, technology accessories, student desk barriers, parent notification systems. This is where we purchase the school's PLP, Zoom subscriptions, just a multitude of items, thermometers and tripods. So the list is there, and we continue to incur expenditures COVID related. And that's the reason why we have additional funds. We actually did spend above and beyond the amount that was originally awarded. And next slide, please. So the in-person instruction and expanded learning opportunities that the plan has gone to for your approval. We had to certify to the California Department of Ed that we were in person and that we were providing in-person instruction. And so that's why we were awarded the $2.8 million. The expanded learning opportunity, the plan has been approved that you just did right now. And like Melissa mentioned, there was stakeholder engagement process conducted, and the district received the apportionment already. We received 50%, and that's why we're including it in this, in our estimated actuals, as well as the other 50% are included in our proposed budget for 21-22 for both plans. And like I mentioned, we have expended above and beyond our current CARES funding. And so we've used some of those expenditures and charged it to some of these funds. So next slide, please. And so these are the additional COVID-19 additional expenditures. We've had COVID testing, payroll overtime, COVID-related salaries, PPE. We've had additional PPE, outdoor learning equipment, additional air purifiers, and so on and so forth. We've had graduation expenses. We've purchased additional food services equipment, and we've used a portion of the ESSER 2. We used a portion of the in-person instruction, as well as the expanded learning opportunity grant to continue to support these expenditures. Next slide. And so what are our next steps? So right now we're reviewing our annual budget draft, which is going for public hearing. You will adopt the budget if no major changes are done from here till the day of the adoption, which is June 22nd. And September 14th, we will bring our unaudited actuals. Right now, we're working with estimated actuals. Once we close the books, we will bring forward for board approval our unaudited actuals, as well as any revisions to our 21-22 budget once the state budget has been adopted. If there's any major changes, we will bring forward. And then we will work on our first interim for 21-22, and we'll bring it to board by December 14th, and then our second interim sometime in March, before March 15th. And next slide. And with that, happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Diana?
Thank you. Thank you, Elvia. That was a great presentation, and I do appreciate it. And I know that, you know, you have made several presentations to us regarding the budget, and it has changed dramatically. And so thank you for doing that. I did have a question when we're looking at declining enrollment. I had asked Dr. Pulver earlier today. I said that I had heard a rumor that Long Beach was not going to allow students to transfer into LaSalle, and Dr. Pulver said that he has not heard of that. What is the reason you guys are putting behind, besides COVID? I understand that we lost students to COVID, but are putting behind what the declining enrollment is? Is it just the phase of the community, or do you have any information or background on that?
Well, really, the only thing we're doing is doing the roll-ups, and I have not heard. I know that other districts have been very conservative as well as far as letting their students go. So I think that we also have to be conservative and have to make sure that we take those into consideration. I've worked really closely with Joe and Jerry to ensure that we're consistent with our numbers. So when we take our roll-ups and we compare them with Joe's numbers as far as registration, and they're very consistent as far as the numbers. And so I have not really heard from other districts, except that they are also declining, and I'm sure they're facing the same problems we are.
The state, across the state of California, districts are experiencing declining enrollment. That was certainly a pattern pre-pandemic, and the pandemic certainly made that exponential. In fact, many of you might recall a hearing in the state, the number of kindergarten students across the state who just didn't show up, whether families decided, if it was going to be virtual in some areas, not to send their kid forward. So we do know every district is experiencing that. When a district is experiencing declining enrollment, they do get more conservative, and they tighten their belts too in terms of the number of students that they may permit to be released from their district. Long Beach has released some. We have heard from some of our families as well, though, who have had to go all the way through multiple appeals. So I'm not exactly sure which rhyme or reason that they are doing, and I'm sure that they have a method to it. We just are only privy to what we see either get approved or not. So this is something we continue to take a look at, and we'll monitor. We are not seeing the effect of it budgetarily this year nor next, but you'll see the true effects of that decline in the out years. So we hope that we will regain some that we had lost as we start the next school year. And that will give us a better picture as we take the current enrollment numbers and roll them up. So what roll up means is when we take a kindergarten and then next year there'll be a first grader, and then the following year there'll be a second grader. And so we'll continue to analyze that and take a look at that as we move forward.
Thank you very much for that explanation.
Meg?
First of all, Ms. Galicia, I want to let you know that is probably one of the most thorough and in-depth budget presentation that I have seen in quite a while. And we have a lot of moving parts because of the extra CARES money, the federal money, the extra state money that's coming in, just the whole COVID situation. And I really, really appreciate the details. So I wanted to really thank you for that, because I'm sure you were getting a lot of numbers from many columns and trying to put them together. I should know this because I've been to 2 budget presentations, but I forgot, so I'm asking again. Did the COLA, was the COLA applied to transportation, or was transportation left out of the COLA?
Transportation has been left out. Well, mainly because it's not a program that it's normally updated every year. We get the same flat amount, and it's been like that since it got eliminated as a categorical program, and the same amount just gets embedded into the LCFF.
Okay, I said I was afraid of, but I wanted to make sure that was correct. And my next question is maybe one that we just will not really discuss yet, but one of the things that the governor wanted to do was to increase and strengthen the TK program by moving the birth date of when your child is eligible to start in TK. And his whole thought is to have eventually all 4-year-olds attending public schools in California besides his 3-year-old state program. I truly support preschool and early education because you can do so much with kids that age. So I really think philosophically it's a great idea. Have we taken any of that into consideration? The fact that we would be able to have younger children on our campuses in our TK classes?
I mean, I think it's a great program. I think it would be great if it does go through. I think that really we're just waiting to see what's going to happen before we actually, that's the advice from the county. Is don't count on it just yet until you actually have it. Same with the supplemental, the additional supplemental in-person and supplemental expanded learning opportunities. There's just a lot of programs out there, but at this particular moment, we just don't know if they're actually going to make it through the state.
And there are a few moving parts with that legislation. The governor and the legislature obviously have to come to terms with that. The governor has holding off that implementation for a year. The legislature's plan is, if they enact it, is to delay that for 2 years to give districts the opportunity to plan for that. And then they phase it in by changing the birth date every 2 months. But additionally, they require additional staffing for a student to teacher ratio or student to staff ratio, I believe, of 10 or 12 to 1. So there's a lot of moving parts within this legislation that will have to be worked out by the legislature and the governor.
And I know there's no facility money. So like in LaSalle, most of our schools, our elementary schools, we don't have empty rooms. So we might be hard pressed to try and open, be able to take a lot of younger kids. That's something we have.
Most districts who, like us right now, are experiencing declining enrollment should have rooms to be able to accommodate that, and may help alleviate some of that.
Yeah.
But time will tell.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. Thank you so much.
Are there other questions? I have a quick question that kind of relates to Meg's. With that, is there a sliding scale when you're talking about the funding for after-school programs and summer programs that you said are targeting the poor? Or low-income families? Is there some sliding scale that would allow us to have a percentage of that funds, or are we just out?
I sure hope so, but at this particular moment, I'm thinking we're kind of out. But even with the increase in concentration, they're still thinking that there might be some kind of, I know there is a lot of advocacy right now at the state level with CASBO and CSBA to ensure that it's more equitable and not just targeted for those districts that are high and duplicated. It's really, it should be pretty equitable, but we're hopeful that we could see some of it, but it's really hard to tell at this point.
No point yet.
What we hope people do, particularly school board members who lobby the legislature, is to recommend that they apply that funds towards the base, because when you apply the funds to base dollars, you're actually helping all students who are poor or who are English language learners, et cetera. And so we can better serve all students, not just districts who serve 55% of that population, et cetera. I did want to just also highlight it. It looks a little deceiving when we talk about a mega COLA of over 5%. But if you recall, the governor has a zero COLA this year. So in reality, it's a little bit over a 2% this year and a little bit over a 2% next year. When you look at the next 2 years out, that seems to be in alignment there. And it sounds like really small, our unemployment increase. But I think most districts that sent the shockwave to them. For a district like ourselves, that increase is over $800,000. And in some districts, our neighboring district, a superintendent that I talked to said that was over a $3 million impact to their budget. That was completely unexpected. So there is good news here, but some of the money is accounted for just in some of the ongoing expenses that have been put upon us in the process.
No other questions? Mrs. Galicia, that was an absolutely amazing presentation, so detailed and but concise. So thank you. And now we're going to gavel out of the board meeting once again and gavel into a public hearing on the budget. And once again, we don't have any outside comments.
That is correct, Madam President. Again, as the meeting being virtual, the opportunity for the public to provide comment to the public hearing has been made available since the agenda was posted, and there were no comments specific to the public hearing for the budget.
Okay.
Just a reminder, the board will approve the budget at the next board meeting. This is really just the presentation opportunity for the public and the board to ask questions before the approval at the next meeting.
Well, thank you. Thank you. And thank your team, Mrs. Galicia, because it was an amazing presentation in a very complicated time. So thank you. So we will now gavel out of the public hearing and
I think we lost our president.
Just a minute, we had a freeze of Mrs. Davidson.
She hit that gavel one too many times.
I'm going to go ahead and trade places with Board President Mrs. Davidson so she can use my computer to carry on the meeting. Give us a second.
I'm in. Okay, all right. So sorry about that. Technology doesn't love me. So now we're moving on to consent items. Those are the usual daily business items of the district. We have 3 items, 11D, F, and V pulled by board members. So I will ask for a motion for consent on items 11A through C, E, G through U, and W. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Second.
Discussion? Okay, so this is a roll call vote. Tina?
Mrs. Davidson,
Aye.
Mrs. Hill,
Aye.
Mr. Cattouli,
Aye.
Mr. Forehand,
Aye.
Mr. Fayette.
Aye.
So the motion carries 5-0, and we will now move to the items that were pulled. Mrs. Hill, you pulled 11D. Would you like to address that one?
I'll make a motion.
Okay, thank you. Is there a
I'll
second?
I'll second.
Second.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Hill.
You're
So
welcome.
you'd like
So
to discuss this?
I did pull this item. This is the approval of an agreement with Paper Education Company to provide online tutoring. And as the Superintendent Pulver had said in his presentation, this is something that we have in this community been having students ask for additional help and tutoring. And now that we have had even though I believe very strongly that our district has done an amazing job with less learning loss than everybody else, there's still a lot of catch up that has to be done. And so I thought this was a great opportunity to ask Mrs. Reed to explain to us a little bit more about what this program is, so that we can make parents aware of it.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Hill, board. We're really excited. We've been working with districts around the county who have been using paper for 3 to 4 years. And what they are is a 24/7 online live tutoring support for students. And so we're going to be starting this opportunity at our high school next school year. So all of our 9th through 12th graders will not only have live access to 24/7 tutoring support with credentialed teachers, but also receive a 24-hour turnaround essay feedback on essays that are submitted, including college application essays or short responses across the content areas. And so another thing that paper offers is for our teachers to organize group study sessions for AP exams, as well as final exams that can be supported by a credentialed paper tutor. So we are really excited. Is one of the things that for quite a few years now we've been hearing from our families, really an equitability issue in accessing quality after school support, in particular in some of our more advanced courses. And so all of our courses, even our advanced placement courses at the high school, are supported with paper, except for our American Sign Language course currently doesn't have paper support. And our German courses have support. It's just not 24/7 support. It's only half of a day worth of support. And the tutoring connection time is 15 to 30 seconds. So when a student logs onto the platform, they're connected to a live tutor within 15 to 30 seconds. Our students will be able to access this through their single sign-on, through their student account. And we provide the scope and sequence and standards to the company for each of the courses we offer at the high school. So when a student logs on, their specific schedule comes up and they can click on a tile for the course they're enrolled in, and the tutor will know exactly. First of all, the algorithm ensures that they're being connected to a tutor with the right credentialing and knowledge to correctly answer questions from that content area. But the tutor will also be able to see where they are currently in their course of study. So we are really excited. We spent a lot of time talking to Irvine Unified, Laguna, Tustin, who have been using it, as well as garnering support from our high school staff over the past couple of weeks before bringing this contract forward to board tonight.
That's
And Ed
absolutely amazing.
Services has a plan to, along with our team at the high school, to roll this out to really inform students and parents. There'll even be a station at registration with the dates that I shared earlier. So this will something we really want to put in the hands of our students and our families so that they all know that this is available to them.
Yeah,
That's amazing. And we still do have the Griffin Lab, correct?
we absolutely have
As
Griffin Lab.
support?
And it's more robust than ever. Our staff at the high school has been doing an amazing job. Where paper really, I think, will come more to meet some student needs is those students who have ongoing extracurricular activities after school and maybe can't come to the live Griffin Lab. And so this will be an opportunity to interface one-to-one, and on top of being able to access the Griffin virtual lab sessions that we digitize. And then another kind of powerful component to this is all of the sessions are recorded. They're housed for us. Teachers have access on the back end to see if students are logging in and getting support. So our counselors will also be able to use this as a tool to support those students who maybe we're seeing a decline in the grade and really wanting to make sure that we're offering support and we know that they're coming to connect to it. So there's a lot of back end possibilities for us as well. And some of the lessons of the road that other districts have learned, we've been sharing with our staff along the way that I think we're really going to benefit from being able to use this robust program right from the get-go.
Thank you very much. This is
Absolutely.
extraordinary.
Thank you, Mrs. Reed. I can't imagine that it does address equity and accessibility, because for so many parents, or at least for a good chunk of parents, to be able to afford a weekly tutor is a stress on their budget, let alone try and find that tutor and have it all put together. So thank you for this. It's a great opportunity. This is a roll call vote.
Mrs. Davidson.
Aye.
Mrs. Hill.
Aye.
Ms. Cattouli.
Aye.
Mr. Forehand.
Aye.
Mr. Fayette.
Aye.
The ayes carry 5-0. And now we move on to the next item that was pulled. Approval of college and career access pathways, dual enrollment partnership with Cypress College and the North Orange County Community College District. And Mrs. Hill pulled this. Do I have a motion for approval?
So move.
Second.
Discussion, Mrs. Hill?
Thank you very much. Yes, I was very excited about this about 3 years ago when we partnered with Cypress College to actually have college level classes, and Mrs. Reed, correct me if I'm wrong, but college level classes that are actually hosted on our campus for students. And so we know that when a student takes an AP class, those credits often can be transferred to a university, but not all the time. I had a son go to a private university and some were accepted and some weren't. Where with UCs, I believe all of them are accepted. And that, I'm speaking out of turn, but that's what I believe the truth to believe. But these are actual college courses with a transcript that they get that says they've already taken college classes. And they are being able to do that on our campus and still in our environment instead of needing to transfer over to a college environment and to get that exposure and that rigor to this kind of education and get themselves, you know, a step ahead. And I remember that there were, I remember one parent in particular who told me how her son had just taken AP classes and basically went into college when he should have been a freshman as a sophomore. And I think this is going to give students opportunities as well to do that. And I'm just very, very grateful to Cypress and for, you know, in partnering with us as well. And so I think it's a little over, if I kind of add these numbers up quickly, a little over 300 or so classes, or I mean, students that we've had that have taken advantage of these classes. Is that correct, Mrs. Reed?
Yeah, it's a little actually more than that if you add up both semesters, because these actually run in semester courses. And so something else that's really amazing about the partnership, and a big kudos to Cypress College, is they also allow our students to come on campus and get preference to registration through many of their industry certification programs. So we have many students who have been taking classes on campus as well on the weekends and even the summer, a few this year for the first time, who will graduate with multiple industry certifications and be able to get a part-time job in the area they may potentially study in their college work at $30 and $50 an hour. Through some of the cybersecurity certifications that some of our students have gone down a pathway. So a lot of added benefit as well to really putting our students in a great place in the market when they leave us, to be able to maybe the necessity to fund a college education or support themselves while going through college on top of having industry certification. So it really is, it's a win-win on both sides.
That's awesome. Thank you very much. And very grateful to Cypress College, and remembered how supportive they, I think we met the Chandler, I met the Chandler at one of our LAIF events, and just really supportive of our district and this partnership. I think it's amazing. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? So, call vote.
Mrs. Davidson.
Aye.
Mrs. Hill.
Aye.
Ms. Cattouli.
Aye.
Mr. Forehand.
Aye.
Mr. Fayette.
Aye.
The ayes carry 5-0. And now we are moving on to action items. I just lost my place.
We have one more.
We have
Oh,
one more.
sorry. I'm sorry.
We'll forgive you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Meg. Yes, sorry. Okay, so I turned the page. This is approval of a memorandum of understanding between the district and is it Lidos or Lidus? And Mrs. Cattouli pulled that one. Do I have a motion?
So
For-
move.
Second.
Would you like to begin the discussion?
Yes, this is a company that offers counseling for students and family members for people who have active military duty, a parent or a person in their household, active National Guard, or if you've been in the reserves and you've been called up. This really affects the entire family. I think the term military families is very correct because when you are called up for action and you leave your family, you don't know what's going to happen. And I think the children in particular have a hard time dealing with this. In our school district, almost 50% of our land is federal land, either with the Seal Beach Weapons Station or with the Joint Forces bases in Los Alamitos. This particular program is starting, we're going to be dealing with the students at McGaw School, and we hope to expand it because we have kids in all of our schools that have a military participant in their family. And I'm just so glad that we're doing this. And I just wanted to bring it to the people's, to the public's attention that we are truly looking at the whole child.
And this is supported through our local military that they help fund it. This counselor will be a full-time counselor at McGaw is in addition to the counseling support services that I outlined during my superintendent's report and that Mrs. Davis outlined as part of the LCAP. So we did not count this in that because that is funded separately by the government to support military families.
Great.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Okay, so roll call vote.
Mrs. Davidson,
Aye.
Mrs. Hill,
Aye.
Mrs. Cattouli,
Aye.
Mr. Forehand,
Aye.
Mr. Fayette.
Aye.
The ayes carry it 5-0. We're now moving on to action items, and our first action item is approval of supplemental materials. And Mrs. Reed's going to address this.
Thank you, President Davidson. Tonight, we're bringing forward the list of 15 articles of supplemental materials to support our ethnic studies course at Los Alamitos High School next school year. These reference materials have been on public display in the Ed Services office here at the administration offices for the past 30 days, actually about 45 days now. So we are seeking approval for that list of supplemental materials tonight.
Do I have a motion for approval?
So move.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Mrs. Cattouli?
Okay, I wrote something down. The curriculum for our ethnic studies class is a curriculum for an elective class. It's a year-long academic course for juniors and seniors who have either are currently taking American history or have just taken American history. The request to add this course to the high school came from the students, parents, and community members. We started this process over a year ago, and we went through the steps that we use whenever we add a new class to our secondary schools. Some people said that our process was too slow, and others said it was way too fast. The State Board of Education has also written an ethnic studies course with its own curriculum. It is said to be a semester in length, and I have heard that the curriculum is over 900 pages. I have not read it, so I can't verify that. This purports curriculum that the state is proposing would be mandatory, and it would be required for graduation. To the best of my knowledge, and I did actually do some research on my way to the meeting, that this particular class is passed through the assembly and is now in the Senate Education Committee before it will go to the governor's desk. It's a good thing to be ahead of the state in their decisions on what curriculum we use. This will serve our community well, and it's good that we're ahead in this course. This board has listened to our community, and our community is diverse in many ways. And I think that's good because it helps to balance our community. I don't feel that extremes are good, and I don't believe that only one way of looking at things or doing something is the only and best way. As an educational institution, we need to teach our students how to think critically, compare and contrast ideas, and learn to balance differing information. Students need to hear different and varying opinions. This course does all these things. And remember, the students who take this course are the older students. At the last meeting, Mrs. Hill made a comment that she was a Pollyanna, and I am right with her. And I am going to say that I always do try to presume good intentions. That doesn't mean that Mrs. Hill or myself are naive and have our heads buried in the sand. It means that I think this class will be taught as proposed. And believe me, I am sure that there will be many people checking to make sure that this course goes as presented. This will be an elective course for our LaSalle seniors and juniors. Their parents will agree to this selection. It has been approved by the UCs and the CSU system as a G-approved course. Not knowing how and when the State Board of Education will come out with their course, I know that this is truly the right thing for us to do now.
Thank you. Are there other comments, Mrs. Hill?
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Catulli. That was wonderful how you framed that. And I just want to say that I have been asked personally to either table this or vote no against it. And I believe that everybody on this board listens to our constituents. And so I listened. And what I heard was that table it or vote against it. There hasn't been enough time. You haven't given access to the public to hear it. You're not hearing us. You're not making the changes we're requesting. And when I sat and thought about that, I kind of created a timeline and my thought process to see if that was truly reality or if that was maybe somebody coming into this movie or play, you know, almost in Act 3 as opposed to Act 1. And that's what I really feel, because I really do believe in best intentions of our community, and they are really concerned about the next generation and our students as we are. And so a couple of things that came to mind, and when I looked at this timeline, I asked Mrs. D'Angelo, like she didn't have anything to do today, just to make sure that I was careful. This first came forward in June 9th, 2020. So a year ago, this request was put before us. We looked at and voted on after a lot of public comment, on June 23rd, and directed staff to start looking at putting together an ethnic studies class. Then they came back, staff came back on February 23rd and said, we've gone out, we've done some research. This is what we're thinking the ethnic studies class will look like. We've talked to a couple of other districts, and this is some of the materials that they're using. That is, so previously we had a lot of public come forward and say, we really want this. A lot of students came forward, a lot of people supported that. And so, and they were asking for a high school, for us to mandate it be a high school graduation requirement. San Francisco has already done that. And we came back and we said, you know what, we're not sure that fits our community. And let's look at this and look at this as an option of an elective class at a higher level of students that are in that place of where they can use the Socratic method and they are critical thinkers. Then some of the information came forward about possible uses of our possible curriculum. And thank you, public, because you came forward and brought forward some questions that we started to look at. And when we started to look at that, we said, you know what, that doesn't match what we know we want for that class and what our community is. And so staff went back again and started to create our own curriculum from scratch. We have done this multiple times in this community. And and our staff is amazing at doing that. They put together this, oh, you can't see it. They put together this whole book with all the materials as well as the book we're going to look at in a few minutes, or the textbook, and said to give us a true picture of what this would look like. And I know everybody on the board has read this. And there were some things that made me uncomfortable because they're conversations that have to be had, and that I have trust that our teachers and our staff are going to be able to have those. And as Mrs. Gatuli said, it's also parents' responsibility to have those conversations with their students as well, and to be collaborative in that process. You know, I've had people ask me, well, why let us look into the curriculum that you should be using. And I want to say I appreciate that, and I know some are educators, but I also know that this is what we pay staff for. And they come from the direction of the board. The board gives the direction, and they know they have to meet that standard. And so I think that this over a year, well, I guess a little short than a year-long process, has been extremely collaborative. I mean, we've had so many people come to board meetings and point out things and point us in directions that they feel would be more matching our community. And we've had other students who have said, we think this should be a graduation requirement, and we think you should be using the state mandated or the state curriculum. What we've done is we've developed, with all of that input, what would best fit this community. And I just think that some people came maybe late to the party and didn't know all that has been done for that. And I just want to thank staff for doing that. And I also believe it's a work in progress. And in the senses that as anybody knows, nobody takes a project out and puts it out 1.0 and says, this is it, we're not looking at it again. Of course not. We all 1.0, 1.5, 2.0. We know that versions have to happen because of how things happen. So I just wanted to make sure that that people understood that voices have been heard. Now, I know that not everybody will be happy. There's no way to make everybody happy. But if you really look at the process that we've been through and the time that it's taken to do this and where we've come, I find it hard to believe that people couldn't say, you know what, okay, I can better see the process you've been through. And people might not trust me. They might not trust staff. But I hope you trust your own families enough to know that if this isn't working, it will come forward. And I hope you get to a point where you are trusting us more, because there is nothing that this board wants more than making sure that our students are critical thinkers, are coming at this, at any subject, with the ability to be able to look at it from all viewpoints and to be able to come up with their own decisions, not something that they've been told. And so, Mrs. Davidson, thank you very much for allowing me that opportunity to go through that timeline and to express a little bit about how, as a board member, I do feel that we have looked at and done our very best to listen to those voices and come up with something that we can move forward with. And I'm very appreciative of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Forehand.
Yeah, and thank you, Diana, because that puts it in perspective, because I was thinking a lot about this, and I did, as all of us did, we read the supplemental materials, but I really believe in my 40 years of experience in public education, I believe is not only the teacher's use of these resources, but it'll be his or her instructional skills that truly will bring important discussions to life in the classroom. I truly believe that these classroom discussions, as you mentioned, will be closely monitored by our extremely competent staff. And I believe these discussions will also celebrate the contributions of all Americans, regardless of their ethnic background. They will demean no one and make a much needed effort to end racism, bullying, and provide a safe environment for all our students. Thank you, Mrs. Davidson.
Thank you. Mr. Fayette, would you like to comment?
If I can get myself unmuted. I agree with what the board has said. They've done a much more eloquent job than I could have. I just want to say that I believe in the staff. They're a hardworking group. They have a great track record of proving that they can create our own programs. They have a proven track record of that. And this is version 1.0. We're going to have the next version. Stay involved, stay aware, and shepherd this process through. But I do feel that it needs to move forward because the students are asking for this, and that's who we want the best for. The students overwhelmingly want this. And I believe that their arguments are cogent, well thought out, well reasoned. And I do believe that giving them the opportunity to have a challenging, in some cases very challenging, discussions can only help them grow and mature. And mature, healthy, critically thinking students should be the end goal of everyone in education.
Thank you so much. Well, I have something in specific that I want to address, but first I want to say that I've worked with Mrs. Reed, with administrators on every campus and with our staff in curriculum development, and nobody does it better than this district. Nobody is more conscientious. Nobody does the hard work more than the people who create these units. And I think my frustration has been over the last few out in the process. And is it on? That is doubting the process. And I've wanted to address that many times, and protocol and everything else has gotten in the way. But tonight I want to address the issue of process going forward. None of this is done in the dark of night. None of it is done by a few teachers. We don't approve curriculum. We don't approve classes. And then and neither we or cabinet or administration then turns it over to the teachers without any accountability. We give support. So that's what I want to address. So in response to questions about the process for creating curriculum and lessons in classrooms, I've received, and with the hope of building knowledge for those who question how curriculum is implemented, I'd like to provide a brief overview of the process I've experienced as a teacher and facilitator. For those of you who doubt the work, it is incumbent on you to listen. Large numbers of people in specific roles, including experts in the field, administrators, facilitators, and teams of teachers from every grade level engage in this work. Every step involves days of preparation, research, analysis, debate, collaboration, and decision-making. These are the basic steps of class and unit development I experienced as a classroom teacher and facilitator, and the steps I trust will be implemented for ethnic studies going forward. Number one, work began with a breakdown and analysis of objectives for every grade level. 2, professional development by experts was provided. For example, in language arts and history, that included such renowned educators as Carol Jago, who currently serves as Associate Director of the California Reading and Literacy Project for UCLA, and Dr. Sandra Kaplan of the Rosser School of Education at USC, who developed teaching with depth and complexity, one of our signature instructional practices. Step 3, teachers and administrators came together and reviewed options to find the appropriate grade level text to act as an anchor book for study. After much analysis and debate, a book was selected. Step 4, the teachers took the book home, deeply read, studied, and analyzed it. Step 5, the district provided multiple release days and summer hours for grade level collaboration for teachers to come together to discuss the book, develop essential questions, and look at ways to not but to develop critical thinking using Dr. Kaplan's thinking with depth and complexity. Number 6, as part of the unit development, teachers researched outside possibilities to expand learning. They searched for important pieces from across curricular areas to incorporate social science, mathematics, the arts, fiction and nonfiction into lessons as they probe the essential questions raised by the anchor text. That's what we're doing with ethnic studies. 7, these pieces were shared, questioned, and debated. Relevance to learning objectives, the rigor of the text, and most of all, grade level appropriateness was debated. Pieces were selected. Scope and sequence of instruction was determined. All of this was accomplished through intensive reflection and debate that ultimately sought consensus. Number 8, powerful measures of achievement were developed by teams, including formative and summative assessments that could be evaluated by each teacher along the way, discussed by grade level teams to identify needs and enhance instruction, and shared with administrators to monitor academic progress. Number 9, finally, the district and site principals overseeing every project continued to provide time for teachers to come together to discuss what worked and why, to eliminate what was not productive, and bring new ideas to the table. That's why you can trust the process here in Los Alamitos. Having read and previewed the curricular materials provided for all of us, I believe that we have been given a clear picture of an excellent learning environment that will take place in every single classroom in terms of ethnic studies. As a member of this board, it is my expectation going forward that this district-wide team will continue to provide preparation, monitor outcomes of assessment, and engage in powerful unit development. In all of my time in this district, over 30 years, I have never experienced anything less than the sincere dedication to creating a learning environment that engages, inspires, and challenges our children. I have no doubt that Mrs. Reed and her staff will continue to do this work on every campus, in every classroom, that we will support our teachers and that we will create a learning environment that benefits our children. So I give my full support to what we're doing, and the support, as every board member has just suggested, does not come just haphazardly or because it's easier to okay something. It comes from months of research and hard work and discussion. So I hope that you will realize that our community has called for this, and we are responding to the needs of our students. And with that, we will move forward. We have a motion. Do we have a motion?
We have a motion and a second. We just need the roll call.
Okay, so we have a roll call vote.
Mrs. Davidson.
Aye.
Mrs. Hill.
Aye.
Ms. Cattouli.
Aye.
Mr. Forehand.
Aye.
Mr. Fayette.
Aye.
The ayes carry 5-0. Thank you. We are now moving on to approval of the, sorry, I just lost my place. Approval of the textbook. And Mrs. Reed, are you addressing this again, or should we just go ahead with it?
I am. Thank you, President Davidson. Tonight, we're also bringing forward A Different Mirror for Young People, A History of Multicultural America, by Ronald Takakai, as the core textbook for the ethnic studies course that will begin next school year at Los Alamitos High School. This novel has been on display for over 30 days here at the district office and the Education Services Department for public preview. So we are seeking approval for this core textbook tonight.
Okay, thank you. So do I have a motion for approval?
So move.
Second.
Is there discussion? Mrs. Cattouli?
One thing I wanted to say about this book, I have read it, and I learned things in it that I had not known before, and that's always a good thing. But my favorite chapter in the book, and I read it before we had the course outline, was the last chapter, which I believe is entitled something like "We Are All Minorities," and they just talked about how it was the combination of all of of all of the people in the United States, from whatever background they are, that comes together is what really truly makes America what it is. And they're going to start with that chapter. And I would
Ms. Catuli, you froze as well now.
I will
After-
say, until we can get her back, I absolutely agree that chapter going first sets a completely different tone.
Absolutely.
Well, okay, would somebody else like to speak while
Okay,
we're
did-
waiting? Oh, no, here, Mrs. Catuli.
Okay, can I go? Okay. Now I did this whole thing and nobody heard a word.
We heard up
Just
to
the
where
first
you were
couple
talking
sentences.
about the chapter.
Well,
being-
I'm not going to worry about it, because I don't necessarily want to repeat myself. But I just want to say that the last chapter in the book just really seems to bring everybody over, where we're as a country, we're a combination of everyone who is an American, and it doesn't put anybody up. It doesn't take anyone down. It just says we have all contributed. We're together. We are stronger. And that is the chapter that is on the course outline that the students will start with.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to comment? It is an anchor book, and anchor books are used as triggers for discussion. It's not like in the old days where we started at the front of the book and read every single chapter. I'm very appreciative of the committee that found this book. So any other comments? Okay, this is a roll call vote.
Mrs. Davidson,
Aye.
Mrs. Hill,
Aye.
Ms. Catuli,
Aye.
Mr. Forehand,
Aye.
Mr. Fayette.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Mrs. Reed, thank you for all your hard work, and we will continue to support you in any way you need. Okay, let's move on to, now we're looking at approval for the first reading of revised bylaw. And Dr. Pulver, would you like to address that?
Thank you, Madam President. We are updating a few board policies as recent changes approved by the legislature. Thankfully, our support with CSBA. So this board policy 9012, is really reflected about some changes. AB 992, which was passed last year with relations to electronic communications and board meeting, and the changes are reflected in the board policy. This is the first reading. We will have a second reading at the next board meeting before it's finally approved.
Thank you. And now would you like to address approval of the first reading of the next board bylaw?
Before we do need to have I know it seems silly that the board actually votes on it twice. They'll approve the first reading.
Sorry.
And then have a discussion if there's any discussion beyond the legal changes that were suggested by CSBA. And then we'll have the second read at the next board meeting.
Okay, I
I'll move it.
apologize. Go
So
ahead.
move approval.
Second.
Any discussion? So Mrs. D'Angelo, I almost did.
No,
Mrs.
I had
Davidson.
my,
Aye.
oh,
We have-
Oh,
I'm sorry, I had my hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Hill.
That's okay. It's very hard. I just want to say that this is, the 10 years that I've been on the board, technology has changed so much that these policies really have to reflect the world we live in. And a lot of things had to do with electronic communication and also social media. And so I think that it's a terrible shame that if Mrs. Catuli posts that her granddaughter won a volleyball game and happens to be a LaSalle volleyball game, I can't like it. But I understand that a line has to be drawn somewhere. So Mrs. Catuli, just know I will always support your granddaughter in volleyball. That is my comment. Thank you.
Duly noted, it been understood.
Thank you. So anybody else? Okay, roll call vote.
Mrs. Davidson,
Aye.
Mrs. Hill,
Aye.
Ms. Catuli,
Aye.
Mr. Forehand,
aye.
Mr. Fayette.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. And now we'll move on to the approval for first reading of another board bylaw.
Yes, Madam President, this is updating board policy, board bylaw 9320, which also the reason for the change is the legislation passed last year in 2020, Assembly Bill 992, mostly about some of the changes, including social media and other electronic communications. That being said, I did, as we were preparing for the meeting, see another area that we might want to make adjustments to before the second reading, and that is on page 2, where it talks about regular board meetings. Normally, our board has board meetings twice a month, but there are a few occasions based upon our school schedules where we meet once a month. And unfortunately, our school calendars change along the road. And right now it says, due to scheduled school vacations in the months of, and it strikes out April and January and keeps December, July, and August. My recommendation for our second reading that we would want to bring forward is to simply say that some months may only have one meeting scheduled. As you know, next year, we have a February break that includes, did that get silenced? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I just stopped hearing myself, so that I thought maybe you couldn't hear me. So there are some months with our calendar, as our calendars change between having a break in February or others, that we might want to not delineate the actual months since it's a board policy and don't want to have to change it every time our calendar changes. But we'll reflect that change in the second reading, but I just wanted to alert you to a possible change that'll come forward between now and the next reading of this policy.
Thank you. Do I have a motion for approval of first reading?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? I'm checking every screen. All those in favor say aye. Oops, sorry,
okay.
roll call.
Mrs. Davidson,
Aye.
Mrs. Hill,
Aye.
Ms. Cattouli,
Aye.
Mr. Forehand,
Aye.
Mr. Fayette.
Aye.
The ayes carry it 5-0. We are now moving on to approval of a first reading of revised board policy for promotion and acceleration and retention. And Mrs. Reed, I believe you're going to address that.
Thank you, President Davidson. Tonight, we are doing our first reading of 5123, promotion, acceleration, and retention. And we've updated this policy to remove outdated language, which refers to a standardized assessment STAR, which is no longer given to students. We've also added language to the board policy, which clearly delineates for parents the process for requesting a retention or appealing a student retention decision at the site level.
I can unmute there. Do I have a motion for approval?
So moved.
Second? Okay, thank you. Is there any discussion? Okay, that's a roll call vote.
Mrs. Davidson,
Aye.
Mrs. Hill,
Aye.
Ms. Cattouli,
Aye.
Mr. Forehand,
Aye.
Mr. Fayette.
Aye.
The ayes carry it 5-0. And Mrs. Reed will address the approval of the first reading of a revised board policy on high school graduation requirements.
That's accurate. Thank you, Mrs. Davidson. Board policy 6146.1 is being updated to reflect a new law, a Senate Assembly Bill 1350, which authorizes districts to award exemptions for district adopted graduation requirements. This could be used in a situation where a student from another state may join us their junior or senior year, and we may have unique graduation requirements here in our state that weren't warranted in the state the student's transferring from, and they wouldn't have time to complete our additional requirements along with their regular course of study. So we would be able to exempt district adopted graduation requirements. It also gives us the ability to issue retroactive diplomas, specifically in the case of students who were in good standing with us. And the only reason they did not receive a Los Alamitos high school diploma was because they didn't pass a CASE, which used to be an exit examination for high school students. So we could go back and retroactively issue them a Los Alamitos high school diploma, as well as it offers us the ability to offer honorary diplomas in unique circumstances. So we're bringing this forward as a first reading this evening.
Thank you. Do I have a motion for approval?
So moved. Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, oops, sorry, I was getting so good.
You were
Mrs.
doing
Davidson,
great.
I'm losing it.
Mrs. Davidson,
Aye.
Mrs. Hill,
Aye.
Ms. Cattouli,
Aye.
Mr. Forehand,
Aye.
Mr. Fayette.
Aye.
The ayes carry it 5-0. Next, we're looking at the adoption of resolution, a resolution regarding the temporary interfund transfers, and this will be addressed by Mrs. Galicia.
Thank you, Madam President, esteemed members of the board. Yes, this is a resolution that we bring forward every year. It really allows us the opportunity to, if in case we need to move funds from one fund to another, from general funds to various funds. As we get closer to closing the books, there might be a possibility that we may need cash. We haven't had it, but just in case, we usually take this resolution for board approval every year.
Thank you. Do I have a motion for approval?
So
Also
moved.
move or second?
Second.
Okay, is there any discussion?
Yeah.
Yes, Mrs. Cattouli.
Yes, I want to say this is something that we do on a yearly basis, and particularly in the years when the state gives us deferrals, which is where they say, it reminds me of Blumpy on Popeye, we'll pay you for the hamburger on Tuesday in next week. We're never 100% sure when we're going to get our money, and we have people to pay and things we need to buy. And so if we need to shift our money around to where we have cash, we should be able to do it. So I understand this is a housekeeping and a good thing to do.
Any other comments? Scott?
I thought it was wimpy. I will gladly pay you for a hamburger today on Tuesday.
I'm going to say that you are correct, and I appreciate the correction. It's just getting kind of late.
Too much TV in my youth.
Yeah. Would anyone else like to comment? Okay, roll call vote.
Mrs. Davidson,
Aye.
Mrs. Hill,
Aye.
Ms. Cattouli,
Aye.
Mr. Forehand,
Aye.
Mr. Fayette.
Aye.
The ayes carry it 5-0. The next adoption is for participation in South Coast Air Quality Management District Lower Mission School Bus Replacement Grant Program, and Mrs. Galicia is going to address that for us.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. This is a resolution we're asking for approval in order for us to apply for the $205,000 per bus grant. We have 2 buses we want to replace at this particular moment, and the district will pay approximately $19,000 per bus, but giving us this opportunity to apply for these grants to replace those diesel buses or CNG buses.
Thank you. Do I have a motion for approval?
So
Motion.
moved.
Second.
I second.
Discussion? Mrs. Cattouli?
I'm sorry. I just wanted to please, Mrs. Galicia, let your staff know how much we appreciate getting a school bus for $19,000 as opposed to $250,000. Good shopping there. And I know we would not be replacing them if we didn't have people going after these grants. So thank you so much.
You're very welcome. I will let them know. Thank you.
Anyone else? I'm
Second what Meg says.
Okay, thank you. This is a roll call vote.
Mrs. Davidson,
Aye.
Mrs. Hill,
Aye.
Ms. Cattouli,
Aye.
Mr. Forehand,
Aye.
Mr. Fayette.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. And now we're moving to adoption of retirement resolutions. And Dr. Frazier, you've waited a long evening to come to this, so thank you.
Glad to be here. I'm bringing forward the adoption of the retirement resolutions. These are folks that turned in their retirement paperwork after we had done the retirement resolution last year. So these are our retirees, some of our retirees from last year. So we're lucky to get to recognize some of our retirees tomorrow at our retirement recognition. So we're excited for that as well.
Thank you. Is there a motion for approval?
So moved.
A second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Okay, roll call vote.
Mrs. Davidson,
Aye.
Mrs. Hill,
Aye.
Ms. Cattouli,
Aye.
Mr. Forehand,
Aye.
Mr. Fayette.
Aye.
The ayes carry it 5-0. And Dr. Frazier, we're going to call on you again for the declaration of need for fully qualified educators.
All right, thank you, Madam President. We are bringing forward the declaration of need for fully qualified educators for the 21-22 school year. This is really our report card for the State of California Commission on Teaching Credentialing. It's make sure that we have our teachers are properly credentialed. We're also recruiting and assigning teachers appropriately for their credentials.
Thank you. Do I have a motion for approval?
So move.
Second.
We're getting slow here. It's after 11. Any discussion? All those in favor say
Yeah,
aye.
yeah.
Oh,
Roll
sorry,
call.
roll call.
Mrs. Davidson,
Aye.
Mrs. Hill,
Aye.
Ms. Cattouli,
Aye.
Mr. Forehand,
Aye.
Mr. Fayette.
Aye.
The ayes carry it 5-0. And now we're looking at approval of warrants. That's the approval, makes it possible for us to pay our bills every month. So this is the approval of the board for those bills. Do I have a motion for approval?
So move.
Anybody want a second?
Second.
Thank you, Scott. Any discussion?
I always want to vote no on this, but I think we still have to pay the bills anyways.
Yeah. I try that at home. It doesn't work. Okay, all those in favor say aye. Oh, no,
No.
that was strike 3. I'm out.
Mrs. Davidson,
Aye.
Mrs. Hill,
Aye.
Ms. Cattouli,
Aye.
Mr. Forehand,
Aye.
Mr. Fayette.
Aye.
The ayes carry it 5-0. Now we'll look at acceptance of donations, and this is the wonderful, joyous part of the evening when we realize how many generous people and organizations there are in our community. So these are the donations that have come in since the last board meeting. So we have donations from the Lee PTA, Lee Elementary School on box tops, and Oak Middle School PTA, totaling $4,276.73, which makes our total as of May 28th, $454,149.61. We thank you with all our hearts for your generosity to a community that never stops giving. We really thank you. Finally, we're looking at.
You need to vote on that as well.
I so move.
Thank you.
I second.
Roll call.
Mrs. Davidson,
Aye.
Mrs. Hill,
Aye.
Ms. Cattouli,
Aye.
Mr. Forehand,
Aye.
Mr. Fayette.
Aye.
I fully understand that if anyone wants to move for impeachment, I get it. Okay.
No way.
Well, there's always at least I'm good for comic humor. So we're now addressing classified personnel report and certificated personnel report. And Dr. Frazier, we'd love you to address that.
Thank you, Madam President. Just bringing forward both the classified and certificated personnel reports as presented. Just a note for, usually we don't have this many hires at this time of the year, but it really is all our summer school teachers and hiring on our certificated side. So I just wanted to note that those are all of our summer school teachers.
Thank you.
And thank you to our summer school teachers.
Yes, thank you for being there. It's a short summer. Do I hear a motion for approval?
So move.
Second.
Would anyone like to discuss? Okay. Roll call vote.
Mrs. Davidson,
Aye.
Mrs. Hill,
Aye.
Ms. Cattouli,
Aye.
Mr. Forehand,
Aye.
Mr. Fayette.
Aye.
The motion carries 5-0. We're on to communication. This is the opportunity for board members to share. So Mr. Forehand, would you like to begin?
Yes, I will. Oh, am I, okay. Finished up many tours of schools, so I'm done with that for this year, I think. And I love the Griffin Friends event. I thought there was nothing more special than to see the high school kids out there with games going on for our students with special needs. Scott and I did CSBA number 4. And tomorrow or Thursday and Friday, we get to finish governance number 5 along with Marlis on that day. I got to watch Santiago Lopez on the Music Center Spotlight play, and amongst incredible kids, it was an honor to have one of our students there. Market Day at Hopkinson, I got to buy stuff and the kids were wonderful. And then just a comment about LAIF and how they support so many things. the STEAM contest winners that we just had at all the sites. And then I'm going to finish quickly with meeting Chloe Veith at the Griffin Friends event. She's a cheerleader at the high school who came up with the idea to sponsor dance classes this summer through a dance program in the district. And she's inviting kids with special needs to come learn to dance. And I thought, what more could you ask for from a student to move on that? So thank you. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Fayette?
I did a couple things with Chris. I thought the Griffins was an incredible event. That's why we do these things. It was just so joyful to see the interactions and see people actually out and gathering and interacting. That was wonderful. So that's it.
Thank you. Mrs. Hill?
Thank you very much. I will be quick because it's my anniversary and I'm going to get home before my anniversary ends. But I will say that the McCullough Film Festival is just amazing every year and what these students do. And the one that was one of the winners was View from the Top, Don't Back Down. And it came at the right moment for me. I also got to listen to the Empowering Our Children Through Literature by Claudia. I'm going to just mess up her last name, but she is a student down at a parent down at McGaw. Did a great talk about how we talk with our students about books, and just amazing. Meg and I got to sit through CSBA's delegate assembly, and that was a day and a half in front of Zoom, but it was a lot for me. This is the first year I'm a delegate, but it was amazing information, and I learned about a lot of different things in different districts and the way things were done in California, and also a lot of updates on the budget and legislature coming through as well. And that's one thing I do want to say to a lot of people who have come and made comments about our district and the board, is that I think one of the things that we should maybe focus on is that if there are things you really want to change, I believe in local control, and we do our very best to be able to do it here, but our hands get tied a lot from Sacramento. And so that's one thing that we should really be focused on. I want to give, I don't know if they'll ever hear it, I'll write them a note, but I want to give Kenneth Lepore and Rick Larson a huge shout out for being amazing principals of LaSalle at Home. You know, the things that they did and the way they connected their kids, I could just tell through their newsletters, and they just, that was a lot of hard work with no roadmap. And I am just very, very grateful to them. And I hope that Dr. Pulver and Mrs. Reed, that you pass that on to them. And then just quickly say, I did get to go to the choir show. I cannot tell you what euphoria it felt like to stand in line and to sit next to Mrs. Gatuli and to Dr. Pulver and my wonderful husband, and get to watch those kids perform on stage. And Mrs. Dingelo's son, little Jake, he's not so little, were just amazing. And the joy that came out of them to get to perform for us on stage, you could just tell. So I was very, very grateful for that. So thank you.
I forgot something. Can I jump back in?
Sure.
Sorry, Meg.
It's early. It's not 1 a.m. yet.
Sorry, it's well past my bedtime. I want to say that I also attended a live in-person McCullough choir presentation, which was incredible to see them live. Mrs. Wallace, the teacher for the choir, fell down during warm-ups and broke her arm. Tied it up with a scarf as a sling and proceeded to spend the next 3 hours
Wow.
conducting
Unbelievable.
with one hand, conducting and leading and put on
Wow.
back-to-back shows. Huge shout out. I can't say enough wonderful things about her. And the performance was incredible. The kids were incredible, but Miss Walsh took it to the next level, literally broke her arm right before.
Wow.
And she carried on. The show must go on. Whatever you want to say, show people are tough. That was impressive.
Thank you. Mrs. Cattouli?
Well, thank you for sharing that, Scott. I mean, seriously, that is so much dedication to the kids. I will have to write her a little note and hope she's okay. I had my ROP meeting. Like Diana said, I also had a board of directors meeting. So I had 2.5 days attached to my computer. That was interesting and informative, and I can't sit still that long. Then I had an Orange County School Board's Board of Directors meeting, and then I was able to attend 2 different budget seminars, one put on by the Orange County School Association Board of Directors, one that was put on through the Orange County Department of Ed. And it was like what Mrs. Hill said, there was also one coming from CSBA. So I think I have almost as much knowledge on this budget as Elvia, but then not really. So beside all of that kind of stuff, I did do 2 really joyful things. The choir performance, like Mrs. Hill said, it was just so good seeing those kids again, and they really showcased the seniors. And at this in their spring show, they always showcase the seniors, but it was so poignant this year because this was like their first live performance to the community for their entire senior year. And I was just so happy that the students had a chance to do that. To be able, one more time, tread the board, sing the songs, and do the routines. And it was just, I don't know, joyful. And then I also was able to watch McCullough's drama production. And there might be something wrong with me, but I really enjoy middle school drama productions because they're just kind of quirky. And very middle school, and they're not babyish, and they're not adult, and they're just, I don't know, the kids did a great job, and it was thoroughly enjoyable. So I had 2 really fun things I did and a bunch of other things that made me a responsible board member. That's it.
So I'm just going to finish out. I've been trying to figure out where I'd have the opportunity to acknowledge and show appreciation, and with all the protocols and rules, and it seems like this is my moment. So with all the focus and attention and media coverage of ethnic studies, I think some people wonder if the district is doing anything else. And that it's just a reality that could not be further from the truth. And so I want to give a gigantic thank you to the most incredible team of administration, teachers, classified staff, and volunteers who never stopped giving of themselves. Because of you, we safely opened every campus to hybrid learning, provided an excellent online learning option, taught under incredibly challenging circumstances, kept students and staff safe with meticulous preventive measures, opened a state-of-the-art aquatic center, raised a gigantic building that will grow our robotics, engineering, and CTE programs, put fabulous new playground equipment on all our elementary campuses, supported and trained teachers with new technology, kept our campuses safe and beautiful, brought sports and performing arts back to our schools with adherence to regulations, gave joy to our families whose children will participate in live promotion and graduation ceremonies, fed our students whose families needed support, juggled incredibly complicated and complex clerical issues created by the pandemic, worked brilliantly on an ever-changing budget to ensure we use every penny wisely, strategized to effectively staff our schools for the coming years, filling positions with the best of the candidate pools. You've made mental health a priority with the opening of a well space at each of our middle schools and the hiring of more mental health professionals, and that only scrapes the surface of all that you've achieved. The work being done for ethnic studies is outstanding, but everything you've accomplished and continue to do district-wide is truly extraordinary. So we are better together. That better together only becomes a truth because of each one of you. So Dr. Pulver, everybody in the LaSalle family, we thank you with all our hearts. And that's the end of the meeting. So thank you. We will now close, and we're not going into closed session, right? We will
We are
close
not.
and the evening ends.